Good morning, everybody. Okay, so I'm not sure if the audio is like totally out of whack. If my intro just blew out your eardrums, then don't worry, it'll get fixed as soon as chat tells me that I'm blowing out their eardrums. Alright, today is Monday. Adam is fixing a small bug from Friday before he can upload Botland again. Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't changed my mic settings since the Magic Carpet stream. I also want to check. I'm just going to play the subscriber sound at full volume, and I want to see what this sounds like. Is that too quiet, too loud? Probably should have warned you guys, but again, Magic Carpet was fine, so I assume that's fine. We have it for you. Subscriber sound is good too. Okay, cool. Thanks. Alright, so I'm fixing a small bug from Friday before he can upload Botland again. Then he'll upload Botland. Then he'll update this command to say what he's actually doing today. You can raise it a little bit. Yeah, the problem, I probably should raise it. The problem is that, let me check my uptime. I played the, bot. Currently offline. God. Okay, well, at about 1 minute and 30 seconds into the stream, I played the sub sound. Check out the VOD to see how loud it is. I wonder if that bot's ever going to see if I'm online. So this is fine. We'll check this out later. See if uptime is finally working. Okay, so fix upgrade UI. There is a small problem. I was coding some stuff on Friday, and I showed you guys kind of the UI that we ended up with. Well, the problem is when you click upgrade, it doesn't tell you that you've upgraded, and it used to. So we just need to figure that out. That's it. And it shouldn't be too hard. We had the logic for it before. I just forgot to put it in. No, this is taking its time. Okay. So upgrade came from here, and it used to be here. Yeah. So we should be able to just take it from this. If is upgrading computer, we have that. Then just return a different div. That's it. I just didn't do that. Okay. So let's take a look. There's this stuff. I guess we'll say like you've upgraded your computer to level something. No transparency for keyboard cam. How would I even set something like this up? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? There. It didn't work. I don't know what I just did. Oh, whoa! Alright, I don't think we should have a ghost keyboard camera here. I don't know how to fix this though. Smoothness? Whoa. Alright. Let's try that out. How does that look? Is that better? That's not too bad, right? The lights are definitely going to mess this up. Let's take a look. Oh, also my knuckles. Oh, my hand's invisible. Wow. I'm part of the Fantastic Four now. All right, let's set the lights to red and see how just terribly this screws everything up. What's max brightness? Oh yeah. Oh, that broke it all. Okay. We're not doing this. No chroma key for you guys. You can set a chrome, not a layer transparency. I did set a chroma key. I set it to the color of the desk. Anyway, I don't think it's worth doing. I don't think the keyboard camera has too much space around it anyway, right? It's almost entirely just the keyboard. And the keyboard's relatively rectangular in that. So yeah, like if I rotated it this way, you're seeing what? This small section of table? Not a big deal. Chroma key is for green screens. No, I know that. I set it to the color of the table so that it can be a brown screen. But it doesn't like that. So render experience, render really all of this stuff. If we're upgrading, we don't want to render any of that. I don't know if I want to do this. Before I already said hi. Not saying hi to you again. Not unless you leave for a long enough amount of time and come back. But Lepko, you get all of the salutations. Hello, Lepko. Alright, so I made a snippet called retdiv, which is actually pretty helpful. All it does is return a div, but that way I can, and I put parentheses in the right tabbing, that way I can paste in whenever I want here. So let's try this out. Let's see if this works. Hopefully this built. I have a feeling something probably broke. Yeah, this dot render experience broke. Oh, because we're not returning this into span. That's the whole point of retdiv that I just got rid of. And it doesn't work because they're no longer inline block. Well, that was fun. That was just oodles of fun. I had such a great time making this, guys. I think it was a display flex that I got rid of. Yeah, this has display flex. So this new span that I added doesn't have the same thing yeah. So this needs display flex and flex auto. And then everything works. Ooh-wee. No, it doesn't, because we don't have a style there. What did this style used to be? I'll get there. I'll figure this out. The style was supposed to be all of this. Yeah, I don't think this mattered. Let's get rid of that. And it also didn't need to be... alright, there are a lot of issues. Display flex, flex auto. Yeah, this is the issue here. If only I could return this without a single element. If I could just return many elements, then this would work exactly like how it used to. Hey, Ann Perry. Yeah, but if you don't do that, you get that warning or the error. That's too bad. Okay, I could do this in a sillier way so that... Like right now I have, let me just copy paste all this. Right now I have this, render of upgrading. I could say something like, is upgrading and render is upgrading. And then do these if not is upgrading. I don't like this because I feel like this entire thing should just be wrapped in a function, but by doing that, it's got to return a single HTML element. And by doing that, I need to have a new class name on it. And I don't like that. I think I'm going to go this way anyway. I don't want to... Oh, yeah, I think it hurt a lot of people's heads. Did you enjoy it at all? So, what was happening in that game? That game, in case anyone's curious, is called Magic Carpet 2. And it's a first-person shooter, and it's got a lot of wobble in the controls. So, imagine if you're steering... Let me put myself in the camera. Instead of turning by turning this way, you also kind of roll. So I think that's what was making everybody dizzy. But it's a first-person shooter. You collect mana orbs. The mana orbs let you cast more spells and upgrade your castle. And you go kill other people's castles and stuff. It's pretty fun. Wow, Horforia. That is not the spirit of an anniversary. And hey, Isaac. Alright, let's try this. Okay, so this all looks fine. We click upgrade, and it says level dot upgrading computer. Don't forget 9 colon to save. Oh, that's level 9. Ugh, no, I don't like this. I don't like it. But this actually does uncover how we could change things to make it a little bit easier. So we could do this. We either render this, if you're upgrading, or we render what we originally had, which is here, if we're not upgrading. So then this function isn't needed anymore. This can just be a span with style display inline block, I think. We need to worry about the styling of this, and then I think we're done. Hey, Rinku. So, yeah, okay. I mean, this is kind of fine. I guess it still needs the same display flex that we had before. God. Fine, we'll control Z this a bunch of times. So it's this that would go here too? Oh, Pickle. Thanks for subbing. Welcome. And hey, Jew. Huh. I sure love CSS. Good morning to you too. Although I don't think it's morning for you, is it? So we need the same display flex and whatever else right over here. Display flex, flex auto. That looks good. That does not look good. I don't know how the style is still making it there. This is annoying. So this span is what needs this? Oh, sorry. I think I just, I don't know, I'm on autopilot most of the time now when it comes to interacting with Twitch chat. I think I used to pay more attention. All right, so it says upgrading computer. It should tell you what level you're upgrading to as well. And I believe we have that stored in Redux. In what, in game, I suppose? We know your level, so we could just take a look at that. How's the weather by you? There's some snow here. Oh, it's actually snowing right now. Huh. Yeah, what about you, Monetic Mine? Is it snowing over there too? So where do we pass in the level for this thing? Render upgrade UI. My player state. And it's in computer level. Yeah, so we just say computer level +1. And we probably changed the font size. So upgrading computer to level this.props.level +1. Don't forget to save. And then this should probably have, well, for one, this doesn't need to even be here. This should probably have a class name that gives it a smaller font. Hey Pawn and Voice of Grog. We just got slammed. Is it a lot of snow? I don't think you live that far from me. Yeah, so upgrading computer to level 10, don't forget to save. The only weird thing is that this takes up 2 lines. It doesn't look bad, I don't think. Until you try shrinking this, then it looks bad. So I think we lower the font size on that a little bit. It's just this span. We can say font size. I just want to see what happened if I did this. Yeah, 1 EM. This is a multiplied thing though. I don't like this. I want a reset. Is there a way to do that? I don't know how reset works. Alright, whatever. You should make minimal specs. What skill? Skill? It's enough to scare me away from driving. Oh, I don't blame you. Alright, we can change this. Upgrade defense is already upgrading. Font size 0.7 EM. We'll eventually put Botland back online as soon as we know this commit. Let's see if it looks good. So we click upgrade and it says upgrading computer level 10, don't forget to save. Cool. I think that's basically it. We can test this one more time. So let's do update users set computer level equal to where ID equals 2. Like, need that graphics card and that motherboard at least? Yeah, I don't. Are you talking about for Botland? For the stream? Yeah, I don't know what you're getting at. Okay, so this will log us in as Adam2. Can you explain big O notation of algorithms? Yeah, the very short explanation of it is, as the size of the input grows, how does your performance change, or how does your memory usage change? So you measure that in big O. So you might say something is O of n, which means as your input grows, the amount of time or space it takes will grow proportionally. Proportionally, I guess. As in, if you have 5 elements, it might take 10 time to do this. So if you have 10 elements, it would take 20 time to do this. So that's linear growth. So typically, when it comes to big O notation, if you had something like, n to the third, what this means is if you have 5 elements, it's going to take about 125 times some multiplier. So 125x time to do this. And if all of a sudden you go to 6 elements, your time goes like ridiculously high. You now have 100 or 216 times time. So that's the short story. I could go more in depth about this, but I don't know where it is you're caught up, so I don't want to just spew information out there. Is snow affecting frames? No, there's 405 dropped frames for some reason. I don't know why. And now there's 421. Man, I am using the new OBS, and this is the first time using it. And hey, Edge, I'm doing well. Yeah, let me write that here, I guess. This, whoops. Oh my god, I can't type anymore. Using the new OBS. Yeah, dropped frames is 488. No, now it's 5. Now it's okay. It keeps going up. It's 548, 1.4% as of now. Let's check back on that in a little bit. I wonder why that's happening. Voice of Grok. But then it would ruin my hair. We can't do that. So we logged in as this player. We don't have the upgrade button available, which is correct. But now what we're gonna do is we're gonna hack into the database. Watch this. Experience equals. Let's set it to 7,900. Actually, no. You know what? Let's set it to 7,999. So now when we refresh the page, we will have that bar almost be filled up. Yep. We need 1 experience point, and hopefully we can get it. This match will now count towards your rating. Okay, let's forfeit and hopefully... Oh, nice. Perfect. Okay, so we just need to win this match. Easy peasy. Let's get Reflect and Melee. I'm not even looking at what their bots are, so this is probably not a great idea. But we'll try it anyway. There. Got him. So now my computer should be able to be upgraded. How much experience did I get? It doesn't tell me. That's great. But yeah, now I'm at 8,000 out of 8,000. I click upgrade. It should say upgrading computer level 3. Don't forget to save. Yup. Perfect. Yeah, looks good. So now let's update it and see if that works. So we click save. And now it says that we're level 3, 8,000 out of 16,000. Now the weird thing here, I shouldn't have done things this way, because now this progress bar is half filled. You probably want it to say 0 out of 8,000. That's a really easy to change thing though. I'll do that later, I think. Hey Digi. Okay, so we can go check this in. Yeah, drop frames keep going up. I don't know what's going on there. 786, 1.9%. Yeah, I might need to revert to the old OBS. That's too bad. Because this one has scene transitions. Look at this. Whoosh. You should net to save. It should also save your new level. Digi, it can't do that. So take a look at this. Well, darn it. Okay, fine. Let me do this again. I'll show you why it can't do that. So take a look. Hey, Deftopia, I'm doing well. So Digite, here's your defense right now. Actually, that's not valid. Okay, now here it's valid. So you have 8 bots, right? And you're allowed to have 1 chip. If you click upgrade, oh my god, I need to go modify my defense or my experience amount. I'm not back on Wi-Fi. I haven't changed anything other than OBS, so I'm not sure what's going on. Hey, Sound of Game. So yeah, take a look at this, Digi. You've got 8 bots and you've got a chip. If you click upgrade, watch what happens to the size of the arena. It expands. So now maybe your bots are out of position and you have 2 chips you can place now. So if you don't make those updates and then place your new bot as well, then we can't automatically save your defense because it'll be worse than everyone else's defense at that same level. Best OS for coding JS apps? It doesn't matter. It's whatever you're most comfortable with. Yeah, exactly what Hideo said. Do you, EJ? Do you have a top Python repository? And Digi, I don't think this is a bad flow, to be honest. Like, okay, let's say you forgot to do this and you didn't save and you hit cancel. And then you go back into edit and you're like, huh, the upgrade bar is filled again. You would just be like, oh, I guess I need to hit save. Because this means you probably didn't make any changes. And it does tell you, hey, don't forget to save. I'm not sure what's going on with our internet right now. And no, Monadic Bind, I did hire somebody. And I don't know if your buddy is the same one you told me about before. I think his name is John. But I had contacted that guy. But anyway, I did hire a sound designer. Make sure you mention the hoodie. Okay, so this is done, and this is done. And we linted everything, so let's just revert that. And yep, everything works. Okay, cool. So show when upgrading defense that you have to save. The UI used to do this, but then I forgot to keep that functionality after my last commit. Okay. So that's that. Now we can upload Botland. Now the last time I did this, I screwed everything up. Today, our motto is going to be try to screw everything up as little as possible. Now, I know that's going to be startling for some people, given my track record on this stream. But bear with me. So, step number 1, modify client's back. I'm just going to follow my own instructions that I wrote here a while ago. There is no reason to mess this up. So we are at version 0.1.12. We are going to bump the client version. BL commit, bump client version to 0.1.12. Perfect. Next, BL deploy. No, this is very lighthearted. I think the self-hate that I was doing before was more along the lines of like, God, that was stupid of me. Like, how could I have ever thought that way? Yeah, that was serious self-deprecation. This is joking. No, but really, I am going to try to be a little bit more careful today. I think last time I kind of just went out guns blazing and tried to deploy my whole game. That wasn't a good idea. All right, we also need to create all the machines that we have. We have the overseer here. We need to load postman. I gotta take this off screen for a sec while I update this environment. Done. All right, cool. So now we wait for the deploy to finish. Yeah, drop frames going crazy. I wonder if it's the ingest server that I'm using. That's probably different too. What is it, 9:14 a.m.? Do you want you to fill out this form and scan it? It's not even loading for me. Oh, there it goes. Can you check boxes on here? No. I didn't know if Chrome had that. I know Adobe does. Okay, it's uploading right now. Although we're still pretty far from done. So I guess we can take this time to update changes. I'm not sure what I did. I think it's just minor UI changes. Yeah, what is this? 0.1.10. Where's 0.1.11? Oh, the branch merge. No, come on. Yeah, that's where this got done. All right, fine. Well, whatever. Then it's all of these. Digi's got your back. It's the power of this stream. Who needs check marks? So yeah, I think it's really just UI. Change styling on the landing page. Yeah, so yeah, so there are going to be some interesting things today, I think. We're not quite there yet because why is this taking so long? Something is wrong with my internet today. Yeah, something's wrong. It's uploading sprite sheets at a snail's pace. Look at this, botland11.png. When is this going to get finished? Apparently never. What? Okay, well, I don't know what to do if this keeps up because I've been dropping frames. Actually, the frame drops died down a bit. 1029 as of 9:17 a.m. So only 16 frames dropped in the last 3 minutes. That's not terrible. Oh, and now it's uploading again. All right, good, I guess. Render, upgrade, defense controls correctly, add icons. Yeah, so this and this. That doesn't matter. That doesn't really matter. News items now have a similar style. Clickable entries. Set foundation for rendering news items. Yeah. So here's all the UI changes. This is 8 hours of work. Well, actually, it's more than 8 hours of work. Yeah, that's unfortunate. So what is this exactly? Hey, Top Mad Hat Gaming. This is a game called Botland, and it's about to be online in about probably 10 minutes or so. So until then, you can watch that video. I am currently in the process of uploading it. So now commit and push repos. Let's go do that. Nothing changed. Oh, right, because we only worked on UI. So I guess we're already done. Okay, cool. So now run this. I don't think I changed anything. And then we can start the deploy process. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the hoodie needs all my uplink. But no, I don't think my wife is using the internet right now. Maybe. But if she is, it would have only just recently started. And I was dropping frames when she was not using the internet. Alright, so that's done too. Now all we need to do is connect to this. So clear IPs, AWS. This part always takes a few seconds. Okay, but only a few seconds. This is taking longer. This is probably due to my borked internet. I wonder if we hit some sort of cap for the month, because it's almost the end of February. Or I wonder, I don't know. I don't even know if we have a cap. And if we did, it'd be like 250 gigabytes. I don't think I'd come close to hitting that. Weird. What, it doesn't recognize the WIT command? I should have just made it so when you type WIT, it does that. Alright, then we run this. You should automate much of this. Actually, so a decent amount of this is already automated. Like, at this point, I can just run... Wait. Yeah, I can run this, and it'll automatically deploy everything. But yeah, there is definitely some improvements to be made here. The reason why I've been a little bit hesitant to automate it, one is because other things have been taking priority, and the second thing is because eventually I won't be doing this every single day. When we get to beta, which will probably be in about 2 or 3 months, the games will hopefully be, or the game servers will be online, I hope 24/7. It all depends on how much money that costs. Do a speed test. Is that something I should do while I'm online? I mean, I know I can't show you the results because it has my IP address, but I don't know if it's a bad idea altogether. Okay, and then we just start up a game server. Hey, Mitchell. Yeah, dropped frames. Well, this is going to go fast because this is not running on my computer. Well, it'll go the same speed it always goes, I should say, which was never really that fast. All right, let's go modify the change log so that you guys know what's new in the game. In general, improve UI. This is February 27th and is version 12. Cool, let's preview that. Looks good. Great. I'm not even going to read it because if something's wrong there, who cares? It's just for your information. Yeah, so the only variables when it comes to my internet is the Twitch ingest server. Now I don't think it's this because my deploy was slow too, and that has nothing to do with Twitch. Then maybe there's a data cap, maybe there's some Comcast outage somewhere or something like that. So here are the only real things that could be modifying why my internet's not that great today. Because nothing else changed, at least. Is Google Fiber near your area? I don't think so. Is there a way to see where Google Fiber is being rolled out? Or are they secretive about that? You should just stick it all in a CI system so you can just send build triggers when you need updates done. This can be done on a per push basis so updates are pushed seamlessly. Yeah, but I could do something like that, and it might not be a bad idea. I'm not positive that's the direction I want to go yet. I think it'll be more obvious during beta how I want to do this stuff. Because right now, there are a couple of things. When I push, I need to make sure that I'm wiping out replay data if I need to. I guess I could just use that as another tag in a commit. But yeah, I'm a little hesitant to do that right now, Edge. I will probably circle back to that in a month or two. Have you streamed more in February than normal? Well, yeah, probably. But I don't know how they do data caps, right? If you're allowed X gigabytes per month, and then February rolls around with only 28 days, are you allowed like 0.95x for that month? Or do they still give you the full amount? I don't think it's a data cap. Looked at the map, nothing in Washington? Okay. Hey, noob. Oh, alright. Is this stuff done? Yes, it is. So now we just put a game server online, and we're pretty much done. Okay, cool. So that's done. So today, what am I going to work on today? I think... Oh, also, is uptime finally working? Yes, uptime is finally working. Great. So we don't need these things. So check drop frames. We're now at what, 1521? And the percent is rising again? Alright, well. Adam will be working on art-related tasks, like fixing the cosmetics combiner tool, incorporating the Botland logo, and what else? And maybe doing some shader or UI work. He's been dropping frames today. Botland is online. How to play. Actually, I have the how to play thing. I really need to just save these off so I'm not doing this every single time. Where's the how to play link? Here. Yeah, that's pretty good, Top Mad Hat. I have 25 down and 5 up, which is actually fine for streaming, and that's the majority of my internet usage at this point. Aw, man, EJ. They'd probably make a lot of money, too, doing that, right? Hey, Kadoku. So this is done. Clean up to-do list. So yeah, cosmetics tool. Yeah, logo, and then shader or UI work. And this stuff, this is another thing I want to fix sometime this week. Possibly implement this. All right, we'll just put this on this list for now. Then the other thing, so that's done too, because being tracked at least. All right, So we'll write this on the roadmap for the next week. 2/27. Fix cosmetics combiner. This is going to be important. I'll tell you guys all about what this means. But I got to clean up this to-do list first. Oh man, Edge, that's too bad. They'd lose money because it's... Oh, I see. Yeah, that's always frustrating. Okay, so game servers are not actually online yet. Let's see, at the bottom bar, icons. Cool, so we haven't done this stuff yet. This is the new UI we're going to have to work on. And we'll probably get to this week. I want to give Botland a bit of a facelift. And I think that's very doable. Info work, game server termination problem. Okay. We can put this down on the bottom of the list. Cool. So this is just moving text from one location of my to-do list to another location. It's not the most exciting thing, but it shouldn't take too long. Probably about like 3 minutes. Yeah, because now it's pretty much done. We just put this at the bottom here. And then move all this to the new list. Where is it? There. Be nice if... Oh, cool, we're done. Okay, good. So now we go to the old roadmap. This should be done. So we are at 2,900 lines right now, and if we remove this, we go down to 2,700 lines. So we did 200 lines worth of stuff last week. And that's why I decided to make this web-based instead of client-based like a program. I wanted the least possible friction that there would be. So if you just go to play.bot.land, I mean, once the game server's online, then that's it. You just click connect and you're good to go. You can do this on any device. Or at least you will be able to. Okay, yeah, the game server's online now. Yeah. So hey, check it out. The new UI has been uploaded. How do I get out of edit mode, by the way, in OBS? I don't know how to use the new OBS, apparently. Lock preview. Oh, there we go. Cool. Nice. Now I can't change things. Hey, Spurman. And hey, Mr. O to the P. Daily ISP flexing. I wouldn't say it's daily. So yeah, this is the new UI. I don't know if you guys remember the old UI, if you haven't been here in a while, but things used to just look a lot worse. They're still not great, but they're at least better. So now you have this nice upgrade experience bar. You've got icons over here. Cool stuff. Hey, Lukey. You shut up, J Bugsy. You shut up. M orange, M troll. Okay. It'd be cool if someone could make a game that uses Bitcoin as currency. I don't know if that'd be possible. Oh, it'd be possible, definitely. I don't think it'd be desirable, though. Right? Isn't that like saying it'd be cool if someone made a game that uses US dollars as currency? Because, I mean, by the transitive property, a game using Bitcoin is pretty much the same as a game using US dollars, since you can just buy Bitcoin with US dollars, or really any currency you can convert. So cosmetics combiner, I've broken this tool so much. This started a while ago with some change I made. I don't even remember what it was. And then I revoked my OAuth for Dropbox, and then I changed Webpack 2, and then I made all my graphic stuff asynchronous. So every single one of those changes just kept further breaking this, and now it's time to fix it. I love the new white bar on the bottom. Yeah, I haven't gotten to the point where I've done this for attacking too. We'll get to that point. what it's supposed to look like, and I just haven't coded it, so it's not like this is a bug. It's just not there yet. Is this where you can tell what phase you're in, and you can also control the times and everything. We'll get there. What's the point of the cosmetics thing? Is it even user facing? No, it's not, but the artists need it so that we can figure out how things connect and whether things look correct. So we got some new artwork. I don't know if I've shown you guys this, but I'll show it to you now if I can. Let me take a look. Hang on. I got to do this off screen for a second because there's a whole conversation here that I don't want to show you guys. Yeah, cool. So I'll show you guys a few new bots. So here's one of the old ones, and we could go make this right now. I forgot what it's called. Drill. I think it's Drillbot. Yeah, drill. Yeah. So here's what it used to look like, and here's the new style. Let me try to put this side by side. Yeah. So here's the new style. The actual art flavor kind of changed. So this has, this like wacky smile on its face and everything. But then also you can see the highlights and shading changed, and that's what I wanted to have changed because this is very flat. So this headpiece did not go with some of the different body pieces. Like you can see, these are just two different art styles here, and that wasn't a good thing. So now hopefully the new one matches a little bit better. We won't actually have that in game yet because I have to fix this tool. This tool is thoroughly broken. The other one is Horsebot. So Horsebot looked like this. Now it is going to look like this. Hey Skyexac, have you played any video games that use US dollars as currency? I've only played one, but it's more person versus computer. So I don't know what you mean exactly by use it as currency, but I think any game that's pay to win is technically using USD as currency, right? Why don't you let us buy these as expensive skins? I mean, it's kind of how Votland is set up. I don't know about expensive skins, but you unlock these in the game. And yeah, I like the details on the new ones. So then there's... Oh, wait, no, sorry. That wasn't the new one. Oh, man. Sorry. I just showed you the same thing twice. These are exactly the same, just different colors. Okay, here's the new one. I tricked you all. Yeah, so the new one, again, has a different flavor to it. And I think it looks good, but also I like the shading and the highlights. They're done better. And then we have Rice Cooker Bot. You ready for this? Hey, Wokey Man. So this is just brand new. I haven't shown you guys this before. At least I don't think so. So there's Rice Cooker Bot, and then there's also Shopvac Bot. So these will be new bots that make it into the game probably in the next week or two. Did I make the art? No, no way. I can't do this stuff. Yeah, so we've got these 4 new bots. And yeah, Rice Cooker Bot. So we were supposed to have families of bots here, and we do. You've got ones that are the elemental bots. So there's earth, there's air, there's fire, and is there another one? I think that's it for the elemental ones. Then we had some household item ones. We had I don't know what we classified these as exactly, like animal bots. So we had wasp, we had jaguar, mantis. So yeah, we wanted to have some themes for our bots, so that way we release all our cosmetics in different chunks, and you can combine them in cool ways. Never look at my rice cooker the same. Your rice cooker is trying to murder you. Yeah, water would have been the last one. I don't think we have a water one. I guess the octopus is kind of the water one, but it's also kind of an animal one as well. So this is the octopus one. I definitely like this. I think it's got good style to it. So yeah. And then there are some things that are going to be changing. So for example, take a look at this. I think the earth head is another one of those where it's just got flat colors here. And so it doesn't really look like it fits some of the other ones. If I show you, like, even this, for example, like, these work well enough. I probably wouldn't combine these leg pieces at all. But then the headpiece doesn't really fit. Hey, Simon on Demand. Will there be a sandwich toaster bot? Yeah, just for you, Spurman. I'll charge you $1 million. Yeah, so fixing the cosmetics combiner, what we had to do is get this tool to work again. It is, like I said, beyond broken right now. So Dropbox creds are one part. What else did I write here? Manage cosmetics inventory, cosmetic inventory. Yeah, okay, cosmetics combiner. All the changes I've been making to the main client are more thoroughly breaking the cosmetics combiner every day. I made code splitting changes. I'm not always downloading images. Webpack. Well, let's do it. So Dropbox creds. So the main problems are going to be Webpack 2. So we probably can't even build this right now. Dropbox creds. Async images. Rice cooker bot is my spirit animal. What else? There was one other problem, right? All right. Yeah. Okay, well, let's start with trying to build it, because I don't know if that's going to work. So we just run watch here. It might, it's probably not going to build. No, it doesn't build. Okay, so I think we should upgrade this to Webpack 2 as well, because eventually I might split out the client code to load. Oh, this is gonna be very annoying. Are you planning to put the cosmetics combiner into the game so we can test out combinations? No, I'm not. That's not a goal for a couple reasons. One, I think you're probably, I don't know if you're less likely or more likely to get something if you don't know exactly how it fits, but we won't probably let you see what colors the items will look like on your bots. So right now they are showing with my colors, but eventually all of these would have their own colors and you would just see the item itself. Now that might change, but I'm not planning on including that yet. Yeah, it might help. Like I said, I don't know which way it would push people of like, oh, that doesn't look good in my set, so I won't buy it, as opposed to that might look good, so I will buy it. I have a feeling. Well, we'll take a look. Yeah. Okay. So, is this worth upgrading to Webpack 2? Is there some better way I could do this? We could take the same dependencies for Webpack that we had on the client. So 2.2.1. And what else? Webpack stream is the same. There's a watch command for the cosmetics combiner. Yeah, this does not use gulp files, but then again, deploy probably does. But then it looks bad and they don't buy anything again. I don't know which way you're talking about exactly, but still, like I said, I'll look into this later, I think. I must have a gulp file here. I do. Oh boy. So this would change to just star bundle.js. And then something else here has to change. Just not sure what. Hey, Uranium. Deploy MISC files. It deploys the minified bundle. This won't work. This won't work when I get to code splitting. Yeah. Alright, well, I installed the new Webpack. Does that even help this at all? Probably not. Because the code should build. It just shouldn't run. Because there are so many things broken with it. Webpack against humanity. Ah, it doesn't even build. That's too bad. Style loader. Okay. That's fair. Where does this error start? There it is. So where is this trying to be loaded from? That's the only question I have. Yeah, I don't see where this is. Oh, main. Client public main. What? Style loader. What? That doesn't make any sense. I think this might be a Webpack thing. Yeah, I think this is a Webpack thing. Okay, in which case, yes, it's this. So we're missing something. Hey, Andoran. Doing well. Trying to fix something. Ah, yeah, we just had to install the style loader. That's not bad. How did I guess I just never had it. Alright, fine. npm install save dev style loader. Alright, let's try that. There are going to be a lot of dependencies that don't work here. At least this will let us scroll up to the top and see exactly what's going wrong. This is just missing packages. So this shouldn't be too hard to fix. So can't resolve CSS loader. Yep, so we just have to install that too. npm install save dev. Alright. Yeah, that took longer than I thought. Hope this works. Nope. Alright. What's wrong now? Post CSS loader. I could just look through my Webpack config and probably see what this is all trying to use. Oh, except for that. Not easily. I need the less loader and the post CSS loader. So npm install save dev post CSS loader. npm install save dev less loader. And then we try this again. Where's the fun in looking before running? Cannot find module less. Yeah, what is the point in looking before running? Hey, we only have one error this time though. Alright, here goes. Come on. It did it. It did it. Whew. Okay, so that's step one, is get things to build. And thankfully, that took hardly any time at all. Step two is get it to connect to Dropbox. Hey, Chris. Well, it's art-related tasks, so it's still very programming-oriented. One of the things that I'm going to do today, this is the fun thing that I'm going to get to. Let me find this. Let me do this off screen. I am going to do, actually, no, you know what? I have a picture of it right here. Yeah, I'm going to get this working today, hopefully. So our login page will have the logo, and it'll have the random bot be up here. And we'll change the color of it too. So that'll be nice. I think it'll be nice to get some more images into the game. Why did the modules just get deleted? They didn't get deleted, it's that they were never there. So what I'm working on right now is the cosmetics tool. The client is what had them in. Okay. So the next step is getting things to download via Dropbox. I'm not sure how this is going to work. One thing I know for sure is that I can't do this part on screen, so let me take this off screen for a second. Okay, so BL Tools Cosmetics Run is going to fail for a bunch of reasons, but at the very least it should try downloading images, and I don't think that's going to happen. Where are the tools? Here they are. Cosmetics Combiner, downloaded images. Yeah, so this is where we had everything before. Oh no. Oh no. How do these load? This runs it through Sprite Packer, but it's gonna download them in the wrong folder. Oh god. Yeah. This is gonna be tough. Why Dropbox and not S3? The artists are using Dropbox. So here's the flow right now. Let's say you're working for me and you're an artist and you made a new bot. So maybe there's a cat bot or something like that. And you want to see how does it look with the other bots. So if you go on a Dropbox and you just put like cat bot, you just put it into Dropbox, this tool will auto update within 45 seconds and now you can just use the cat bot thing that you had. And I don't have a cat bot, so I can't show you that. But yeah, you could just test that out, change the colors, make sure it looks good with all the other different kinds of bots, and be on your merry way. But that flow is broken right now. Async image is also sprite sheet changes. So this is technically done. Dropbox cred should be pretty easy to figure out. But then sprite sheet changes, so I started separating sprites by arena/detail view. Let's try running this. All we care about is it can download things, and it can't. And I don't know what this is going to show here. Okay. Yeah, I can't show this on screen. Well, anyway, it says conflict. I think this means that path not found. Oh no. Oh no. I think I deleted my app on Dropbox. I think I messed up. Okay, yeah, I gotta, alright, so doing some things off screen since for Dropbox. Yeah, let me try to figure this out. There's a way to handle apps on Dropbox. I don't know where. Oh man. Yeah, I'd really like to get this working today. And all I need to do is figure out how to get this to connect, and then the rest of it I can do on stream. But I don't don't know where you find apps on this thing. Okay, well, I wrote this down somewhere. Let me... Ah, got it. Botland preview tool. So, do I even have an app key in here somewhere? So there's a Dropbox interface here. This has an OAuth key, and that's it. There's no app or secret key, right? What am I using for this? Oh, I'm just using their REST APIs. Yeah, so OAuth is all that's needed. Dropbox API arg. Path JSON. Yeah. So theoretically, there's one of two problems here. Either one, I have the wrong OAuth key, or two, the key that I have doesn't have permission to the folder that I want. It's probably this one. I don't know how to see what it has access to though. App folder name. Oh, this is so confusing. Should be Botland art tool, I think. Oh, here it is. Oh, God. There's a frog in here for some reason. I mean, literally, there's a frog in here. Well, a picture of a frog. I don't know where this came from, but I'm pretty sure I didn't expect there to be a frog there. Well, what do we do now? I guess we go make a new app and get new credentials. Yeah. So I need to make a new app, get new credentials. I don't know how this used to be before though. I guess I'll delete this. Delete app, yes. There, so now it doesn't matter what my OAuth was. So full Dropbox, I guess. That way I can access this in here. And now I generate an access token. I put the access token into KeePass. Then I put that on the command line. And then that's it. Everything should just work after that. Set Dropbox OAuth. Hey, it worked. Look at that. Nice. Okay, so I fixed it, and now the rest of the stuff I can do on stream. It's not going to be easy. So Dropbox creds I finally fixed. So, a couple of changes now. One of these shouldn't be too bad. Actually, the async images part. Like, we're downloading sprites, and then we're trying to form sprite sheets out of them, but something's going wrong in there. And I didn't ever parameterize Atom CLI. Okay, let's take a look at how this works. So the Dropbox interface gets created, and then what? We get everything in here. Cache entry. Then at some point we call the download images and run Spritesheet Packer. Here it is. Run Spritesheet Packer. Got it. Found ya. No, chat's just slow. Here, let's get some rigged messages in here. We'll just have Botland bot spam quotes. That's a great way to fill up chat. Run entire spreadsheet packer. That comes from spreadsheet packer. And there's one thing, and that's here. Okay. Yeah. So we need to set up folders the right way. That way the spreadsheets exist in the right location. Because we need to mimic what I've done over here. Well, probably shouldn't have done that. Let's do it this way. Images input. Yeah, bots have arena and detailed. And if we don't have that folder structure, then this isn't going to work correctly. So cosmetics combiner, downloaded images has bots, and nothing's in the bots folder. Oh, that's wonderful. Download file, list folder. Yeah, I'm gonna need to spend some time doing this. Where is this trying to list things from? Path. Botland art tool. Okay, then here's what we can do. I can go make a new folder really fast that contains just a couple of files so that this can be tested more easily. So I'll make a new folder on Dropbox. We'll just say Botland test. And then we'll copy a couple of files over there. All right, we need detailed art and we need there. Okay, so how do you duplicate things on Dropbox? Copy. Ah, got it. Perfect. So now the Botland test folder has 2 files. So we need to go test this out. Botland test just has 2 files. We want to download these to the right place. Hey, Motor. So I guess we wipe out this entire folder, and then we try running this again. Ooh, gonna have to download all those again. So let's click run, and it should download them. Path to Pinquant must be defined. No. Oh man. All right, we're gonna need to install this on the Linux box too, or just ignore it. No, I'll put it in the bots folder at least. That's kind of nice. So spreadsheet changes. I need to install Pinquant on the other box. I need to make sure split sprites into arena/detailed here. Well, I'd broken everything a while ago. I'm now fixing it. Is there a plugin for Sublime so you get those fancy folder colors that you have in Atom? What fancy folder colors? But anyway, my answer is I don't know, because I don't ever have folders really showing up here. So I need to make sure that I'm specifying the right path. Yeah, here it is. And what, this doesn't exist? Apparently not. Yeah, I need to change this. I need to change this whole thing. Oh man. It just never gets easier, does it? So what do we have? We have path to GDX folder, we have input, We don't have temp anymore. That changed too. We have an output folder, path to this, texture, and pack file name. So we need these two arguments. But more importantly, I think we need to parameterize this so that we don't ever need to do this again. Parameterization of Atom CLI and prod. Oh man. How does this work right now? We call into Spritesheet Packer with the command line options, and then Spritesheet Packer knows how to use them. Here we're calling into Spritesheet Packer without doing that. What? How does that work? How does that work? That must mean that there's a main in Spritesheet Packer whose only job, yep, okay, well that's it. Whose only job is to read the JSON. Yeah. Okay, so maybe we can call that instead. In which case, this isn't actually that bad, right? How are we doing this right now? We're calling run entire Spritesheet Packer by calling into this function, which takes in these parameters. Instead, if we called into this function, we need arguments. So we could export a function from Spritesheet Packer that takes in a path. We could just, there are a lot of different ways we can do this. All right, yeah, I've got a lot of ideas flowing through my head right now. Let's try to figure out one that works. Going up. This was a long time coming, so I'm glad I'm finally getting to this. It's just going to take a lot of work. So if we make it take in params or a path, params or path to params JSON, that's a bad idea. It's really a bad idea. There should just be two functions exported from here. And there should be run entire Spritesheet Packer by loading from JSON or something like that. But whatever, we're doing this now. So do we have Lodash here? Great. We do. So if this is an object, so let params equal null. If is object, oh wait, is a string an object? LAC node, LD equals require Lodash, LD dot is object hello world. False, perfect. So if it's an object, params equals that, else then we load it in. Hey, galloping cow. So that's what would change here. So we would just pass the path to this. And this goes over to here, and this goes over to here. And file system isn't needed here any longer. And that's it. Cool. All right. Nice. Almost there. So now then params would be this. Do we have assert here? Yes, we do. Assert false. Params or path needs to be an object or a string. Does null come up as an object in Lodash? I know arrays do. Did I close it already? I think I closed it. No, I didn't. False and false. Yeah, now we're good. All right. So now we have a path to a parameters file, which is where all of this could go. I just don't know if it should go there. Like download folder path, where is this right now? Dot downloaded images, output folder, all this other stuff. Like, was this a good idea? I don't know. So we need pingquant to run on Debian. Apt-get install pingquant. Can we do that? Yes, we can. Okay, that's not too bad. Nice. Yeah, perfect. Alright, so we need to just install that. Copy and paste. Add two instructions that I need to install. As far as the path to it goes, I'm not sure how this will work exactly. Maybe we just don't specify it in the path. What is this used for? Pingquant.exe. Oh god. This isn't gonna work. Hey, little mini panda. Yeah, we can't do that. This needs to change to just pingquant. And the path might not be necessary for this. Maybe we just specify nothing. Assume that pingquant is in the path. Then this won't work locally. I know why I wanted to parameterize this now. Now it makes sense. Now it makes perfect sense. Yes, okay. Got it. And I actually probably wrote this down too. So I don't need to replace test with botland or anything every time I update it. Yeah. So let's specify a path. So in the cosmetics combiner, we're going to need our own one, atomcli.json, which exists somewhere. Path to GDX folder. What's that used for? Nightly. What? What? There it is. Yeah, this is a big mistake. Okay, so here's what I was doing before. When I ran locally, I passed in a configuration file, and that was great. And then when I ran on the target machine, which is running in Azure actually, I just manually specified everything. That was a bad idea. So we're gonna have to fix this. So we just need to copy paste this, I guess, into here. So node bin. It's not gonna work that way though, is it? Nope. So we gotta change this to path to what is it? Sprite sheet JSON, sprite sheet config JSON. So there we go. We get rid of path to GDX folder as a requirement here, and we set this as an environment variable. I guess it's fair to still do that on the other machine. And we have something for running the cosmetics combiner too. So we're gonna need to modify Ansible today after we get done with all of this stuff. So then main problem Ansible. Make sure we're specifying a path to a config JSON. Yeah, it really makes me wonder, is all this necessary? Is there a better way to do this? I don't know what the answer to that is, so I guess I'll just keep going to this. Also, I feel like since I switched to the new OBS, my cameras look like they're rendering just less of the room. I think they're zoomed in more or something. The blower is back? Yeah, it's Monday. So we could change this to this. So a path to a JSON file use by the sprite sheet packer. Hey, Wraithy. So the paths that existed, I'm gonna need to save off somewhere, but then this just needs to change to path to sprite sheet config JSON. And then that's it. That's all we need. So we can get rid of this stuff. Yeah. Temp folder and path to pinquant. What was this even used for? Oh man, what was this used for? Right, for these. I didn't see it here. Okay. Yeah, that's still going to be necessary. I should try running this on a Linux box locally. I need to do that. Try running this on Debian 1. It may be difficult. Well, actually, or the Azure machine. Either one of those. Okay, so we need a configuration file somewhere. Mine exists where exactly? Where does mine exist? Tools / spreadsheet packer. So this is Atom CLI. I guess we'll save one as prod CLI.json. Alright, so path to GDX folder is going to be an empty string. Path to... Wait a second, no it's not. This dot path, it used to be passed in. Oh, which means Ansible used to do it. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, this isn't good. So that must mean that there's a prod YAML file. Alright, sorry. There's going to be landscaping sounds today. I can try to mute my mic. I hope it's not terribly loud. Oh, muting my mic doesn't work. What? Hang on a second. Oh yeah, it's not set. There we go, so now I can mute. No, what? This is turning off my keyboard camera for some reason. Or it's muting my keyboard camera. It doesn't even have a mic. Oh, I see what I did. There. Now I can mute my mic. So watch when I say a sentence when I'm muting at the same time. That was intentional. Okay, so what do we have here? Path to folder. Where is that? Path to GDX. Are you going to convert Bala into a mobile app at some point? Yeah. But it'll probably just be a WebView wrapper first. Hey, Fatality. Yeah, I gotta find the source of this variable. Okay, it's in the infra YAML folder. Found it. And yeah, mic muted because of the landscaping sounds. Once it's kind of passed by, I'll just have my mic unmuted the whole time. Alright. So we need to set this up. This used to be... Where was it? I guess parameterizing all of these as just environment variables is probably the best way to go. That way I'm not passing in a config file. Yeah, hey Snake One. So homedir tools libgdx. Hopefully we can just do this. And pingquant would have to be installed the same way. Yeah. I don't know how I'd ever done that. Hey, Kesha. Doesn't even exist over here. Wow. Unless maybe I have a BL deploy user. I don't. Yeah, well, that's too bad. But I don't know if I need a path. If there is... Let's see how this works in Node. If I say path.resolve empty quotes calc, resolves the current directory. Oh no, that's path.resolve. Path.join. Ah, great. No, that works the way I want it to. Have I ever looked into VS Code? Yeah, I have. It was only one day though. But yeah. Okay. Hey, glass speed. All right, so I think the same thing here. We'll just have an empty folder. Input used to exist where it wasn't called input apparently. What was it called? No, it was called input. Download folder path. Downloaded images. Okay, and that was just /. Then the temp folder, I guess we'll just say temp images. And the output folder was public images sprite sheets. And we had a bots download folder path, yeah. Which was probably used somewhere here, right? Then paths to cosmetics data into the texture packer. This was the path to the sprite sheet packer folder, which was up 2 directories, if I recall correctly. Yeah, so whatever the current folder we were running from, and then go up 2 directories. This may be a bad idea, trying to configure things this way. Am I standing? Yeah, I am. He's on a magic carpet. So this would be ... sprite sheet packer / yeah, and then this would be the same way here. Pack file name botland. Alright, there's our config file. So we don't need this any longer. So let me try to SSH into the Azure machine. This is gonna be tough. Not the SSH part, but just getting all this stuff to run. Oh man. Yeah, the tool is currently broken. Whoa, that's louder than it should be. But hey, Vito Gaming, thanks for the host. Why was that so loud? Oh, I think host notifications were broken for the longest time. So it's loud because I probably need to change it on the Streamlabs site. Alert box. Sound volume 5%, and on hosts it is set to 50%. Okay, that's why. Well, now it's set to 5%. That won't deafen everybody, hopefully. Alright, so we need to go install this. Let's try it out. So sudo apt-get install pingquant. Password. I don't know what the password is. Wow. Okay, hang on a second. How would I get the password for this user? Where would I have saved this? When I create the user, that must have a password. Create user. User. What's the password? What? How does this work? So there's this. This creates a user. We can specify its name. If we don't specify a password, what happens? I can't read this because it's being cut off. Optionally set it to this cryptid value. See user example. Well, I'm not setting this, so what does this mean? Hey, Owen Murphy. Okay, let's just control C out of that. What happens if I do sudo? Oh, wait a second. I don't need to be sudo for this, do I? Oh, no, never mind. I think I know what I'm doing wrong here. Yeah, that's what I'm doing wrong. Sudo apt-get install pingquant. Yeah, I got it. All right, never mind. There's no password I need to type in. Okay, cool. So we have pingquant now, right? So then, does this other user have it? Pingquant. Yes. Great. So far, so good. So that's done. Now we have these command line set up. And this should work when I run it on my own machine, right? Downloaded to path to pingquant must be defined. So now we can't run it the same way we used to. Error. Hang on a second. My wife thinks she's being sneaky. You can open the door. Hey, I'll be right back. Okay, she was telling me that she's working from home today because of the snow. Yeah. I heard the doorknob. She was turning it, trying to make very little sound so that the notch that holds the door shut could just be pushed out. But I could hear it. So I look over and I see the notch slowly retracting into the door frame. Or into the door, I guess. Alright, let's try this out. Did this work? Where are the temporary images? Oh, wow. Yeah, ooh, this is bad. This is probably pretty bad. I don't know what I specified for this. So this is temp folder is images/temp, but I guess because it didn't download anything new. So if I were to wipe this out, this will probably break everything. Because input folder is going to be here, output folder. Downloading 0 of the total 2. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. Oh, man. All right, let's copy paste all of this into Atom CLI2.json. And then we'll just rename these folders to input2, temp2, and output2. Or, you know what, better yet, let's do it this way. Images slash test slash those other ones. Now we try running this. So we go to cosmetics run, but with Atom CLI2. And now does it work? Downloaded 0 files. Why? I feel like I should print out what these paths are. It creates temp, it does not create input. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I need to go into the testeroni folder and make input. And then try running this. Something's broken. This is not rebuilding. That's what's broken. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, this is bad. This built the client's main. How did this ever work? I took the client's config and I just changed the output path. So it tried loading main from its own. Oh, it's probably dir name is in here. It's the dir name of this file. All right, we gotta change that. Do you have a powerful PC or just a basic one? I'd say it's pretty good. I've been upgrading it over the years. Although as far as frame drops, today's been pretty terrible. We're at 2.7% at 10:28 a.m. Okay, I think I know how to fix this. I think we need to change this to not be this. So we've got to modify resolve dot modules 0 equals. Actually, let's just type in the modules. We can't use the dir name that exists in the client's version. Okay, let's try rerunning this. And now hopefully it'll work. This might fail to build now that I'm trying to build the correct thing. Yeah, I was worried about that. Can't resolve pixie.js. Oh, I know what this is. Pixie is now used from 4.3.2. That was a dependency. Okay, this says it worked. Let's try it. Did it work? No, apparently not. What did it build this time though? Still just totally random things. I don't follow what's happening now. So if I change this file Yeah, it doesn't catch that that's supposed to be built. And this is the main program. Oh, what am I doing wrong? Let's stringify client config.resolve. And then we'll do the same thing down here. Okay, so it used to be client public JavaScript, now it's cosmetics public JavaScript. That's correct, but then there's no place we use dir name for this stuff. Well, and this loader options, maybe. Oh man. We're going to need to change this too. Basically, anywhere that we have dir name in this file needs to change. So we need to go take a look at what plugins we have. Plugins are set to JavaScript and Node modules? What? Oh, whoops. No, I was afraid of that. Okay. So where does that come from? Loader options plugin, context, post CSS. So post CSS should exist here. Yeah, and then the context is just wrong. So where the context had client, we could just replace it. We need to find this particular one though. There's got to be a better way to do this. Maybe, no. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what better way we can do this. We'd have to iterate over all of the modules, find the one that contains options, which also contains options, which contains context, and then change the context to something else. That's pretty tedious. Well, let's try it. Plugin info. Hey, Blueberry King. So if not is nil, let's do it this way. Is nil options return. Or if it's just not an object. And if that's not an object, then return. And then finally we get context. And if context exists, so options2.context equals, and we need to change this to just dir name. I don't know what this is going to help with. Options2 is not defined. Oops. No, wait, no, that's right. What? Doesn't this have to be defined at this point? Let's just print it out. Oh, option 2. Whoops. Forgot an S. Yeah. I just realized that. Thanks, Bob. Okay, so we changed the context to be a cosmetics combiner. This is still not pulling in the right file, though. Man, I don't understand this. Yeah, it's not triggering based on this. Yeah, thanks, Ohori. Hey, Chifili. Long time no see. Alright. Something's still wrong in the Webpack config. And it's got to be the entry. It was main, and this is relative to the resolve property below. The resolve property now points to the right directory, so you'd think it would be the correct thing, but it's not for some reason. So we require the client's config. We just need to change everywhere that dir name is used in the client config. If this file gets out of control as a result, then we should just pass in an env variable specifying what dir name, specifying an override. Yeah. It's crack-a-lackin'. Well, Botland's online and can be played. I want to make some improvements today, but it's going slow. Really, I know this was going to take some time. I was hoping it wouldn't take all day. So if this takes another couple hours, I'm still fine with that. Because I want to at some point incorporate the logo, try to work on some shader stuff. But at this rate, we're not going to get there. Yeah, and this is the part I don't understand. Maybe this is building to the wrong directory? We try running it from just bin www. Yeah. Strange. I don't know what this is building. And I don't know what else I'd need to do here. It has to be this. It has to be this entry file. Which, yeah. Let's stringify the whole client config. This is it. This is the entire Webpack config right here. Entry is main. The resolves is the cosmetics combiner tool. That's correct. Do we have anything else here that might be screwing up? Only potentially these loaders, which they were always there. We might need some new loaders. Yeah, strange. I'm not sure what else to do. Maybe I'm using the wrong Webpack config, but how would that be possible? No, I know for sure I'm using this one because I'm exporting this. Huh. Yeah, hey ProSam. Okay, so here's the issue right now. I am trying to use Webpack to build the cosmetics combiner tool. And somehow, despite that I'm specifying, well, right here, where is it? Okay, I closed it apparently. But anyway, despite that I'm specifying main, it's not building the right one. I'm not sure how it could be building the wrong one. Let's look at watch. Yeah, this is probably the exact same thing I have for the client watch, right? Yep. Okay, so it's exactly the same code. I just changed the title. And then what else could be going wrong here? We get the client config, we modify some parts of it. Yeah, weird. I don't know. Let's try this again. Oh yeah, how about this? No, this actually is working. It just doesn't get rebuilt. Yeah. Doesn't get rebuilt. I wonder if something else would cause this to get rebuilt though, like spritesheet.js. If I just type a 5 in here, that causes it to get rebuilt. So for some reason, it's just the main file that doesn't do anything. Oh, never mind. I'm modifying the wrong file. Okay. Okay. Okay, all right. So what was I trying to do then? There are two main files here. I guess what this means is that my old Webpack config probably didn't specify things in that way, so I never needed to override it. But let's take a look at the log. So migrate to Webpack 2. Before I did the migration, what do we have for resolves here? Node modules and public JavaScript. That should have been fine. Oh, the announcement video was released? Cool. I'll have to check that out later. Please don't tell me anything about it right now, because I'll probably check it out in like an hour and a half maybe over lunch. Okay, so yeah, the issue is that I was running the wrong thing, but there's still kind of a problem here in that this is building the server version. So why is it not running the right main? Snorestone. Hey, Hitch Slap. It's going okay. I'm making somewhat slow progress today. There's a lot of technical stuff I'm trying to work with. I'm trying to fix the cosmetics tool right now, which is this. So this looks like it's working. It's not able to download new images. And in order to fix that, there's just a lot I have to do. Hey, EOJ. So then what is this running? That's the part I don't understand. This can't be running the right thing. I think we just had to specify a different resolve directory then. Yeah, like this. I don't think this is even correct. I think we just say dir name here, or source even. Right? How did this ever work in the past? Well, that definitely didn't help. But this could just be a missing module again, which is fine. That would be easy to fix. Cannot resolve FS. Oh, this is trying to Webpack. Never mind. What am I doing? No, I'm running totally the wrong thing. That's all. No, this was always correct. Yeah, just get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, so I forgot how all of this works. That's it. That's what this comes down to. I need to write myself a document on how to maintain this, because I was running the wrong thing this entire time. And what I should have been doing is whatever it is that Ansible does. Cosmetics YAML. How does this work? Start bin www. Wow. Yep. My bad. We don't need to build this. You just don't need to build it. Yeah, this is what we should have done. Should have just done run, which is what I was doing, which means that there's a different problem here. Alright, so then let's find out what's supposed to put this into bin www. Probably a gulp file. Yeah, here it is. So it's gulp server watch. Oh man, why? Oh man. How was that client webpack config file? Hey, Liquidor. I don't know. Yeah, I could just set this to const. How many other vars exist? Hopefully that still works and I'm not trying to change plugins or something after this. Oh man, this is just rough. So was something ever intended to take care of this? No. What about this? Balance testing. I don't care about that. I care about this. Gulp pre-deploy. What's the difference between var and const? Var is function hoisted. You should look up function hoisting in JavaScript to find out more about this. And, well, anyway, I'll just link you to this, I guess. And then const also can't change the reference that you're setting. And for more information on that, you can kind of see this. Yeah. So there are a couple of links. All right, so gulp pre-deploy. What do we have here? Deploy misc. Do this. Man, that's frustrating. That's definitely frustrating. There were a lot of things here that could have been fixed. So what I meant to do, I guess, is this. Gulp server watch. Invalid glob argument. This is a shame. Base. Does base not exist here? It does. /dist. Oh man. What does this run? Source main. What is going on? Alright, let's just put a console.log hello world here. Because I have been wrong about this many times. Yes, okay, great. Yeah, so I am just wrong. Again. I need to write a document on this. This has gotten too hard to maintain. So how to update the code. The cosmetics combiner is split into two sections. The server, which is in charge of downloading and packing sprites together, and the client, which is a component that needs to be web packed and served to users. Okay, so to build the client, use watch.cmd. To run the client, I don't even know how I'm supposed to run the client. Like, was it the same server that serves? Is that how this is supposed to work? So by saying run, this runs both the client and the server. Okay, I understand. So now I'm supposed to go to this URL. This is going to totally break. Yes. Okay, I understand now. So to build the client, I use watch. The server doesn't need to be built. To run the server, use run.cmd. This also serves the client on port 4000 locally. I think what fatality means is this sort of thing, like const object equals this, object.x equals 5, object.y equals 6. Like these are allowed in JavaScript. And you might say, but wait a second, the object's constant, how am I changing it? It's not the object that's constant, it's your reference to the object that's constant. So if you say object equals something else, this is not allowed. So you can't assign to what this is referring to, but you can modify the object it's referring to. So that might be what fatality means by object or constants are weird. I don't think that's an oddity. I think that's just the semantics of JavaScript with objects. All right, so then what I'm trying to figure out here, I've got the majority of this stuff kind of together. The only thing I don't have is why was the spreadsheet packer not printing out its params? That would be in verify params, which is what's run here. Oh, it never runs texture packer? Is that why? What? What? Oh man, if that's seriously the reason. Oh man, is that the reason? How does this work? Oh no. That's how this works. This should be pulled from the... Oh man. Yeah, this was a mistake. That makes no sense whatsoever. Well, ProSam, I think the way to make sense of this is to look at something like C++. If you have const a pointer to foo. So in C++, what you're saying here is this particular const means that you can't change the object it's referring to, and then this means that you can't change the pointer. So it's a constant pointer to a constant foo. You could also make a constant pointer to a foo object, and you can also make a pointer. By the way, I'm not sure if the order of this is correct, but anyway, you could. This is probably not valid C++, but you can put const in two places in C++. And so in JavaScript, you're just representing one of those consts. I haven't used C++ in quite some time, so I forgot the order of the star. So when you say it makes no sense at all, I think that's bad. I think this perpetuates this belief that, oh, JavaScript is stupid and it made a bunch of terrible choices. I don't think that's an example of a bad choice. I'm not saying JavaScript doesn't have some weird choices. I'm saying that's not an example of a bad choice. All right. So yeah, these things should have been parameterized. So I guess the way I need to do this is I need to read this in on my own and not ever allow this to pass in variables the way I've been passing them in. Probably would make things easier. Yeah. So this is just passing in a path to a file. It's got to pass in all the objects you used to pass in. Alright, let's get this back to how it used to be. So these. There's already something that loads this in, so I don't like this. Cosmetics combiner is just involved in passing this over. So I guess it can verify the parameters itself. Yeah, crazy. So then should I even have this? Maybe path to spreadsheet packer, and then that forms the rest of those. Yeah, well, ProSam, I don't know. I take a bit of an exception to this when it comes to almost any realm of something. Like, typically, things should make sense when it comes to programming. So if they don't, I think this usually means you've got to try to make more sense of it rather than the thing really doesn't make sense. I'm not saying there are things that don't make sense. I'm just saying that typically this involves that the person saying this needs to try to understand it better. And I found that of myself too. I'll talk about websites and I'm like, why did they make this decision? And it turns out the decision is usually like, hey, this is a thing that pulls in more money. So yeah, it's maybe not the most user friendly, but it's making them more money. And I see that happen a lot, where people are looking at things from their own point of view. So then, yeah, things won't make sense, and you won't understand why people do it. All right, so I went in the wrong direction with this. And I feel like I need to kind of bring this back. I got to figure out how I want to do that. So there are two consumers of the cosmetics tool, but only, so I guess Azure and my local machine. How many consumers are there of the sprite sheet packer? Oh, definitely, Pro Sam. But I guess my point is, if, let's say I'm a noob at League of Legends or something, I probably wouldn't go saying like, well, I haven't even played League of Legends, but I probably wouldn't go talking about how like, oh man, that champion's really overpowered. Because I don't know anything about it, right? So I guess what I'm saying is you probably shouldn't say things don't make any sense if you haven't taken the time to understand them, you don't want to understand them, and you explain that you haven't taken, like, I don't know exactly how to say this, Pro Sam, but basically, I feel like you're expressing an opinion in a realm you're not an expert at, and that's totally fine, but then other people will read that opinion and probably use that to solidify their own opinions about like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense, this is stupid. And I think that leads to people having the wrong perception of certain technology. This is how this stuff gets perpetuated, and it's relatively harmless. Like, it's not a big deal. People really should check things out for themselves too. Fixing UI again? Not yet. I'm working on a tool that I broke a long time ago. So I'm working on this tool for combining different bot pieces. Not necessarily, like, all right, I really shouldn't talk so generically here. Like, if you say I like the color blue, you don't really need any reasoning behind it. That's purely an opinion. This is technically not an opinion. I do not understand blank. It's the opinion, I guess, would be like, I don't know, something foreign based on that. Saying you don't understand something is factual, right? Like, I don't understand nuclear physics. I can prove that I don't understand it. So, yeah, I think it's when it comes to facts, you should have some reasoning behind it or some validity or reason for saying it. I don't know. It just doesn't matter. All right, so we have the cosmetics combiner and then the sprite sheet packer itself. So the cosmetics combiner and then the sprite sheet packer itself, when do I run that? Here, okay. I run this in order to generate sprites for the client. This is used as a standalone to generate sprite sheets for the client, and it's also used by the cosmetics combiner to generate sprite sheets dynamically based on the contents of Dropbox. Okay, yeah, so then that explains why I would need the sprite sheet packer to check its own arguments. Because if we ever run this and we don't specify any of these, then it's going to break. Does that make sense? So then we need two different things to load these in. Which means we need two different things to do the validation for it. Okay, let's go do that then. So I think the first thing we'll do here is we'll read in all the configuration parameters. They could just be specified as a file, and they could be specified as command line arguments. Or environment variables, I guess. So that's the only question I have now, I suppose. Then I can just do the rest of this work. Should I specify these as environment variables or as a JSON file? I don't think it matters too much. It's just, what am I going about changing exactly? I think environment variables. So let's stick with that. And yeah, ProSand, that's a bug. Alright, so then that whole prod CLI.json, this is going to change, huh? So we need to set all of these now. So path to GDX folder. See, the thing is, I have these set now in two different locations based on whether I should just get rid of this configuration file altogether. Atom CLI.json. Yeah. I don't see much of a point for this. I could just make a run.cmd for the spreadsheet packer. Oh man, I don't know. No, I'll just use the JSON file. That's fine. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so then once we have it, what we should do is we should have this load this up. Path to sprite sheet config JSON. We'll just say this dot sprite sheet config JSON. fs.read file sync. I mean, this is a pretty simple function. UTF-8, and then we just do a JSON.parse on that. Great. Alright, so then this becomes an object. And now we can use this everywhere. So instead of download folder path, this is going to be changed to dot, what's it called? Input folder. Cool, so that's done now. Instead of output folder path, we're going to change this to output folder. Cool. So those two are done. Input folder, output folder, temp folder is going to be needed still. And everything we pass over to here. Alright, path to GDX. That wasn't even used here. Path to Ping Quan shouldn't be used here either. Yeah, so those two things are done. Temp folder, that wasn't used. Path to cosmetics data. I don't think any of this stuff was used at this point. And then the pack file name. Yeah, it was used by the spreadsheet packer itself. Which means we now have this. How's it going over here? It's going all right. This is kind of what I expected for today. It'll be nice to have fixed this tool, but it's not super important. Also, I think I'm going crazy, or maybe this is zoomed in differently, but it looks like my face camera is taking up a different amount of space on the screen, or that not as much of me is showing or something. Yeah, right? This went to like down here on my arm, and now that's not the case. I don't know what's different. Huh. It looks like it's zoomed in more, but I don't know how that happened. So seeing these things, more or less of these, like the box, this particular box, let me do this first. This way I know how to set this back to what it used to be. So we'll zoom in on this and move this over here and just draw little borders around this. That way I know where they went to originally. But yeah, so this box size is the same. The camera zoomed in more, and I don't know how that happened. There's like, well, that's not what I want. Whoops. Let's put this back to where it was. Yeah, I don't know how to fix this. Huh. Oh well. I guess I'll have to look into that later. What is that for a keyboard? Hey, Swag. Yeah, Endorn linked it in. Is your camera dirty? What, Art Director? I mean, it might be, but that I'm not really concerned with that right now. I was just concerned with the size of it. Okay, so temp folder, is it even being used here? Yes, it is. All right, the rest of these should be fine. So then what's left to be done? If I run this, what happens? Path must be a string or a buffer. Path to what? This. And it is a, oh, whoops. There. Aha! Cool. So we are one step closer. Allows you to do a digital zoom. But could I zoom out? Yeah, I don't see a way to zoom this. You guys can see this here. Oh, there's configure video. Maybe it's that. I don't think this is it. No, that's not even the right camera. But either way, I can't zoom out anymore. Alright, weird. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll have to look at this later. Figure out why my face and keyboard cams are now zoomed in. What is that for programming language? This is all JavaScript. And Java is not JavaScript. Just FYI. Please clean the lens. I mean, I'll write that down later too. Clean camera lenses. Alright, so let's take a look. What went wrong? Texture packer settings.json. Texture packer settings. This would be Atom CLI that I'm trying to load. No, Atom CLI 2, which would be coming from this. Yes, which means that this is wrong. Oh, probably is. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, so when running the cosmetics combiner, we are gonna need different. Maybe this. We could just say these are names. Or you know what? No. Since this is... Here's what I could do. I already have absolute paths for all the rest of these. I could just have an absolute path for this too. So we got to go to the Spritesheet Packer folder here. And we have... Yeah, this. So texture packer settings. We just change these to /. And then same thing here. This goes here. Then we need to copy this into Atom CLI. Yeah. Cool, let's try running that. So we're gonna go get rid of all the images in here. Bots and cache, and there's no output. Cool, so we just delete this. And now we try running this, and hopefully it worked. Yeah. I mean, I couldn't find a bunch of sprays because I cut those out, but all right, again, one step closer. So it produced a sprite sheet of those two sprites. Hey, sick. Next up is to get them to get downloaded into the right folders. This is going to be kind of hacky, but we'll do it nonetheless. Let's go figure that out. So right now, the cosmetics main downloads it into the bots folder. Yeah. We need to have it download based on what kind of sprite it is. Local path, yeah, that's gonna be wrong. Arena bots download path is gonna be this. Joined with Arena, and then detailed bots is detailed. For the zooming issue, have a look at this. Perhaps the source is too big for that. So what? So I click this and it says hit Control F. That says fit to screen. No, I don't think that's right. That's not gonna change. Yeah, I'll look at this later. I'll look at it later. There's, oh, filtering is disabled? Maybe it's that I should look at later. Scale filtering. Alright. Yeah, like I said, I'll just look at it later. Okay, so then these need to be created in here, this and this. Then when we go to download, we're basically never going to use this folder. Yeah, the local path needs to be based on the name of this. So let's just stringify entry.name, and we should see two names. Yeah. There. This and this. So we're going to get that regex that we had before, which was, I believe, _/w d _. Yep. Hey, best always. So is detailed is whether this matches. And if it's detailed, we want to use detailed direct download path, and this would use Arena. And then this goes here, And there we go. Okay, let's try that out. We should finally be set with this stuff. So we delete this folder entirely and we go restart this. We hit run and it works, I hope. Did it. No. Oh, that's interesting. You need multiple images for it to actually form a sprite sheet. No, you don't. These are just sprite sheets. I see. And output has our output.json. Okay, cool. Yeah, frame drops have been crazy today. We are at 7453. It's not really rising as a percentage. So for every second I'm streaming, you're going to lose, well, like 0.6 frames. That's what that's saying. Because I'm streaming at 30 frames per second. And, well, it's almost 3%. So like 1 frame every second is going to be lost. But that's not how it works. It's in bundles. So it's like 50 frames at a time and then none for a long time. Averages don't matter in this case. Okay, so what we could do is we could point this at all of the real data at this point and see if it's working. I'm a little hesitant to try this, but we have to try it at some point, so let's just do it now. So let's go delete this. And we'll have this work from start to finish here. So here goes. It should download everything. Then once they're all done downloading, it'll try packing them into sprite sheets. And once that's done, it's going to compress the sprite sheets. Looks like it's working. So this is a good sign, definitely. Yeah, this is a really good sign. Okay, so now it compresses them. Oh, it's done. It's totally done. So let's take a look. So we go to the output folder and we have all the sprite sheets. Nice. Okay. Oh, thanks, Antimatter Tape. Yeah, I'm glad you like it because that took a long time to do. For those who want to see what he's talking about, it was this that I worked on. So now you have an experience bar, you've got some icons here. I didn't actually code this yet though, the clear all button. And I can see who's been playing today. So 2 people beat me. Replay. How did you beat me? Artillery and cloaking. Oh yeah, this stupid strategy. Yeah. I gotta fix that. Pawn. Huh, that worked pretty well actually. Ski Dog tried beating me. Area repair is so cool. This bot's at 300 life. If we slow this down a bit, now it's at 465, 480, 495. So this got an extra about like 400 life before it was finally attacked. And that's all thanks to repair and regeneration. Nice. No, that's not how it works, big boy. This in particular is a strat. No, not that one. This one is a strategy that there's basically no real counter to. There are a couple if you knew this was happening, but yeah, it's something that needs to be worked on. And yeah, I do want to work on some other UI today. I'll hopefully get there. 2 upvotes. Nice. Yeah, because now the unfortunate side effect of adding in that UI is now there's a white bar at the bottom of the replay page that just has nothing. The cancel button should go there eventually, Or some buttons should go there. I don't know what. And then antimatter tape 1. How did antimatter tape win? Cloaking, Inferno Zapper, Reflect, and Melee. Oh man, this is like ripping through my defense. Wow, really good job, antimatter tape. Oh, that was a bug. That was definitely a bug. Do you guys see that? I had something selected, then I think it died and it didn't deselect this. Is it this? What happened there? Did this one ever die? It didn't. Oh man, how did that happen? Was it this one? I know what's probably causing this bug, but it's still very strange. No, that wasn't it either. It's this maybe. And now we slow it down and... No, how did this happen? Was it because I had one of your bots selected? I think so. Then I played through this phase. And then I went to this one and it looked like it shot. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Alright, so there's a bug. Bug. I was watching a replay of antimatter tape killing my defense, and I'd selected one of his bots. That bot died. Then it proceeded to phase 2. This is when an artillery shell had the green selection box under it, as though it were the selected bot. Oh yeah. Best alloys. They're eventually going to be down there. I haven't... Okay, so what was supposed to happen was this. Previously, there were a bunch of random controls that were just spewed onto the bottom of the page. So when you resized, it looked bad. And even this, yes, granted, will look bad at a small enough width. That's something I could fix eventually. But it does look good when you expand it to larger sizes. So I worked on the defense part of this, and I just left this bar in because eventually I'm going to use it. So for attacking right now, you can see here's where these buttons are they're just there on the page, and they're just an absolute value. So if you shrink the page, they don't look good anymore. So I just haven't gotten to that part yet. I got to do that. Maybe you should log this one on GitHub. I think that's probably been a bug for a while, and no one's commented on it, so I'll just put it here for now. But yeah, I should have done it on GitHub. Fuck, I was watching a replay of antimatter tape killing my defense. Yeah, that shouldn't be possible eventually. Alright, so all of these are downloading. The only thing we don't have working is the entire application. So now we just need to fix that. Although this should be, I really hope, that it's just me having to change this whole asynchronous thing. So can I read data, done setting up Pixie. Test frag shader dot data. I'm not sure why I had a hard time doing this. The cursor turns into the mouse movie thing on the news page when you mouse over the bot image. What? This? What browser are you in, antimatter tape? I think what you're talking about is... Where's the cursor? How do you even get this cursor to happen? That cursor, the one that I have right now. You're talking about that, but it's happening on the news page for you? Do you just refresh and it happens? Because that's weird. Well, you can file a bug if you want. Just make sure you include a picture and ideally how you got that to happen. So we're done with almost all of this. This is the next big part. This is done. This is done. This needs to be done at some point. So async images and really just loading things in the correct directories. Yeah, this is going to be tough. Oh, for one, no. This is. Oh man. The output folder I think has to be public images. I don't think this can work. Yeah, I think this has to be changed to that. Okay, so we go to Atom CLI2 and we set the output folder to that. Hey, banana. It's not there when you refresh. It's probably a bug caused by Interact.js, which means I still have to fix it, but yeah. Let's just get rid of that drag cursor from everywhere. It's been causing a lot of issues. Okay. Yeah, we need these to exist in the right spot. Let's go take a look. Tools, cosmetics combiner, public, images, sprite sheets. So these things don't need to exist, right? Do we have any of these anymore? I think I got rid of all of them. Client, public, images, yeah, there's just sprite sheets. So we can get rid of all of this stuff. Delete. And then probably get rid of this too. And instead try running this one more time. I don't think it's just going to put everything in here magically, but that would have been nice if it did. I think it would had I not downloaded the images to begin with. So the way to fix this is we just go into this folder, go to output, and copy paste it. This won't fix everything. It'll just fix when we eventually try using the sprite sheets. But we have another problem before then. Okay, so let's figure this out. It can't load test frag shader, and this particular folder, done setting up Pixie. So we want this, done setting up Pixie. Ooh, this is not how this works anymore. Yeah, this is not good. Hey, bother. Oh man. All right. So we get the Atlas JSON, then we need to set up the sprite sheet dictionary with that, which we probably did at some point. New sprite sheet dictionary? Yeah, construct sprite sheets. That is no longer the case. Nope. Oh god. Alright, so set up Pixie. This is going to be set up sprite sheet dictionary. And what is set up Pixie doing right now? Making a Pixie wrapper, which we must make at some point too. Oh, so set up Pixie is still a thing. And for some reason it takes in the Atlas JSON. I don't know why. For no reason. Okay. That should be deleted then. Which means this should go away and this should go away. And then anywhere that we're calling Atlas JSON. Any feedback on what this island should have? Maybe more things on the beach? Like rocks? I don't know. I noticed a distinct lack of rocks in this image. Oh, I don't know what those are. Right there. These bushes? Yeah. Yeah, so I think some rocks probably. And I think you've got them in the water. What's this? Oh yeah, I think you showed me this before, right? Yeah. So nothing ever uses this off of Pixie wrapper. Yeah, that should be a good change. All right, let's go back to this now. So this doesn't need to be done. This doesn't need to be done. This isn't needed. And that means it doesn't need to be passed in. Cool. Notice my last post? Oh, hey, TJ. Is it this mouse cursor bug? What is this? Since Chrome 11 mouse cursor does change properly when mouse idling, but only if no mouse buttons are pressed. Try pressing change cursor, move it to an empty area inside the red box, and press and hold any mouse button. I mean, I can still try to get around this bug. I just haven't put any time into it because it's really not such a big deal. Yeah. Yeah. Frames. Yeah. The frames are... Actually, this hasn't been too bad. 2.6%. I'm still not sure what's causing this. I'll do a speed test later. Do a speed test. And change Twitch ingest server. What server am I using right now? I think it might be San Francisco, and I don't think I've ever had any luck with that server. No, it's a Seattle one I don't have luck with. Maybe I'll change it to LA next time I stream, though. I think both those servers hate me for some reason. Alright. So setup Pixie no longer needs to take this in. That doesn't need to be done. This doesn't need to be called with an atlas. This doesn't ever need to be saved. Setting up the spreadsheet dictionary is synchronous. This doesn't need to be there. We do need this function. There. So construct spreadsheets is another thing we'd gotten rid of. This can just go away. No, not quite, can it? We load in everything here as opposed to leaving anything to be asynchronous. Yeah, I think we do need to do this still. But it won't work exactly that way, will it? We just make new spreadsheets here? Yeah, darn it. Coach, what are you saying? To create something like what any of those applications, what does someone need to know? Just coding in general. Sometimes not even that, depending on what kind of application you're using. Okay, so I changed my mind a little bit on this. I don't need async images. I want the cosmetics tool to download everything, since load time doesn't matter. Oh, I just need to figure this out, and then maybe everything will work. Done setting up Pixie. We make a filter. Okay, this part's probably still going to fail. Construct spreadsheets. We won't have downloaded any of the spreadsheets yet. So the spreadsheet dictionary has an ensure arena. Spreadsheets are downloaded. We could say ensure all spreadsheets are downloaded. Yeah, best always. Ensure all spreadsheets are downloaded. This should typically never be used by anything other than tool programs or for debugging, since it will download every single spreadsheet regardless of whether it will be used. Like, what are you creating? Oh, like what you are creating. So I'm doing this in JavaScript. Learning any coding language can help you make a game. As for the ones I'd suggest if you're brand new to this, I'd say Python, maybe C#. JavaScript isn't so bad. But yeah, Digi linked in that PDF. I think this is a pretty good way to just set your expectations correctly. This won't teach you how to code. It's only about a page and a half. Okay, so as far as ensuring everything is downloaded, we can kind of do this. We get sprite sheet data, names to download. I don't really care about that. Promises, we can just say this probably. Map. We don't need this. We just return this. We don't need this. We don't need that or that. Or any of that. Perfect. So this function is pretty basic. We go through, in fact, you know, we can make this a little bit simpler too. There. So we go through every single sprite sheet and we download it. Except for name doesn't exist. So I guess we do need that. There. So we go through every sprite sheet, we download it, and return promise.all for those. Okay. So then in here, what we do is instead of construct sprite sheets, we say, we have to make this asynchronous now. So set up Pixie, done setting up Pixie. We're not technically done. Yeah. So set up sprite sheet dictionary, return this dot sprite sheet dictionary dot ensure all sprites are downloaded dot then for the sake of this tool, download every single sprite sheet before we try to use them. Unfortunately, the naming scheme that I adopted for my functions was async by default and synchronous only when specified, so I need to go modify every single usage of an image in this entire program. It shouldn't be too bad. It's going to be kind of annoying, but not terrible. So get sprite. This needs to change to get sprite sync. Am I making those sprites? I'm not drawing them, if that's what you mean. Oh, you're not talking to me. Hello. I am the only person anyone could talk to in this stream. So ComposeBot also has a ComposeBot sync. Yep, and we need to use that too. And if there are any other functions here, then that'd be great. So let's just do this. This is the best way, I think, to find any of these. You just do a search all, Control-Shift-Right to find the next particular thing, and then permute unique. And now you can just look through the individual sprite sheet calls. So this is fine, this is fine. Wait, what? Where is this used? No, this should not be called ever. Oh, wait, darn it. This might be tough. Yeah, this won't work. And we don't even save this off anymore. We might need to. Yep. I'm the boss here now. Okay, we need to test import and export. That's going to be a little bit tough to do, but let's get to that in a second. Yeah, because, yeah. Okay, we'll come back to that. What about this? That stuff's all fine. It's very cool. Okay, so I think all of this is good. We're probably still gonna have a problem downloading the shaders that we have, because I don't think this is just gonna work. That would just be too great. Yeah, so we'll load this up over here. Sure, bother. If you want some terrible voice acting, I'm definitely the person to ask for terrible voice acting. test frag shader. Is this even a thing? What is this? So this is done in initialize Pixie, which you think would be done here. Yes. But that's apparently not working. Is there a 404 or anything? Abstract filter. What is this even used for? What is this used for? Oh, I see. Why did I do things this way? This filter is used by this, but only if global.bbb is set. So this isn't needed at all, actually. Done setting up Pixie. Let's just get rid of this entire function. And everything in this dot filter. This dot update is actually called repeatedly. And Y, uniform debug output. Filter, primary color, filter. Yeah, no, this is, I don't think any of this is needed. I don't know what this is for. So let's just get rid of that too. Great, let's try that now. This dot data. Oh, this is trying to defy me at every turn. Alice JSON doesn't exist. That's impossible. Oh wait, no, it's not. That's very possible. I missed a big part of the stream due to personal reasons. Could you tell me what happened with the spreadsheet and Dropbox thing? Oh, if I even remember, yeah, sure. Let me see. So I ran into a couple of issues earlier. One was me using the wrong Webpack config, or loading the wrong file or something, so that was a pretty easy fix. The Dropbox stuff, it was a problem with me deleting my application. So here's what happened. I went into Dropbox the other day and I saw that I had two apps, and one was called like Botland Test and one was called Botland Test 2. So they weren't very descriptive. And one of them had access to a particular folder, like slash something, and then the other one had access to everything. Well, I deleted the one with access to everything, not realizing that this was the wrong application to save. So I deleted the wrong one. So I deleted this too, so now I have one app and it's one with access to everything. So that's I think all that happened earlier. How many lines are my to-do list? 2,700 in Hazel Commentator. All right, next, Atlas JSON and construct spreadsheets. I don't think this needs to be called, except for this, spreadsheets changed. Oh, this is just the most confusing. Let's get rid of this too. So how about we try that? This shouldn't be called from up here. Just that should be. Yeah. Try to get spreadsheet ID undefined. Oh boy. Why? Why? This doesn't exist. Because the sprite ID also doesn't exist. Oh goody. Goody. Yeah, so these are the wrong paths now. Yeah. So let's fix that. That should just be. This is a hack to get around how ComposeBot adds bots no matter what. Okay. Directory name. Actually, you can't even get detailed artwork anymore. I'm gonna need to change that too, huh? Yeah, you can have $sign in JavaScript names. Allow for detailed artwork again in the cosmetics combiner. So many problems. So very many problems. What does this even do? Get fully qualified bot sprite name? This is not correct. Detailed character, detailed folder is in detailed mode. This is just wrong. Okay, well, we get the fully qualified name, and then we try replacing this, which is not going to work anymore. Why do we even bother getting a fully qualified name? Oh, so that we can get the sprite. Okay, no, that's great. That's just peachy. Why do I do this, though? What part of this makes any sense? What? Oh, God. This is painful. Yeah, this is not good. Okay, I don't think any of this is needed. Let's try something else. Let's do this. We are going to get rid of all of that by putting a return after this. And then instead of any of this, we'll say head sprite name is going to be wasp. That's not going to work, is it? I'm pretty sure that's not going to work. Detail, family name, location, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, frames are definitely getting dropped like crazy, I know. I'm not sure why. Okay, so this should change to bots arena. This won't work though. None of this is going to work. Can't be that. It's assumed that exists. Yeah, so it's just going to be wasp head art, then wasp torso art, and wasp foot art. And primary color and secondary color. And the rest is all probably fine. Let's try that out. I'd be surprised if this worked. Whoa, it almost worked. The colors are really, really screwed up, which means it's probably using the wrong kind of mask image. I mean, it looks kind of cool, but the way it should look is like this. So if I pick yellow and pink, yeah, so the colors are wrong. Okay. What does this mean? Let's just try this with some other thing. What are we even getting here? Val. Yeah, let's do that. There. So whatever you have picked for the head piece is what it's going to pick for everything. Let's try that out. So headpiece default, yeah, okay. So every single one of these has screwed up colors. Every single one. There are no errors. Hey, Darkus. At least the sprites are loading. This should be solvable. Hey, Don. Yeah, close enough. I wouldn't say it's close enough. What is wrong though? I think it's using the wrong mask image. I'm just not totally sure how we'll fix that. Mask sprite. Let's see if that's what's going on. It's a pretty good end to it. Alright, so put a breakpoint there. This gets hit immediately. Bots, arena, horse, HA, mask. Does that exist? Horse, HA, mask. It apparently does. Is it in one of the sprite sheets? I don't know how we're going to find that. It is in botland number what? How long do I have to scroll for this? Oh, come on. Botland 2. So we should see the horse image in here. Where is it? Let's play spot the horse. There. So that exists. What is going on? Yeah, bother. I'll have to look at this later. What do we do? What am I doing wrong? We're passing in the right sprites. Right, this is returning something, I'm assuming. Can't really tell anything about it. And then we call colorized sprite. I guess this could be a problem with the shader, maybe. We get a mask texture. Yeah, all that stuff should be fine. Or maybe even compression. I don't know. The only thing I can think to do is this. We go into these sprite sheets and we just copy paste these over to here. Where is this? This. Yeah, let's try this out. If this works, that means that there's a problem building the sprite sheets. I hope it... Well, I don't really care if it works or not, because I have problems either way. If it doesn't work, then that's a problem, and if it does work, then that means that I'm generating sprite sheets incorrectly. So this does not seem to be working any better. And that even threw an error. Major? What? Major HA art. What is that? What? What is this? This is set to the word major. I don't know where that's coming from. Oh, major explosion. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Well, then that was a mistake. Let's go undo this. Get all of our sprite sheets back to normal. And that way, oh, that's not ever gonna work. What, Kaush? Create something like Broadcaster? Type a program that broadcasts from a game that shows the player's screen? Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about exactly. Okay, so we can't make use of this unless we know that these exist, which was never really a big deal. We could just do this here, really. Yeah, so we could just tab this back and do this. So head sprite name. So we'll change all these to just sprite name. Whoops. There. So name equals this. But we don't want it to be fully qualified. We want to get rid of this stuff. And then, because we're not doing that any longer, let's do default to. That way, whenever you don't have... Actually, why would I even use WASP? Let's use the default. Okay, then we can use this here. Whoops. That was wrong. Torso, foot. And we don't really need to care if they exist or not, right? So we can just get rid of this. I will pass for now. Thank you. Oh, default 2 doesn't exist because I have an old version of Lodash. Oh boy. The problems, they just keep compounding. npm ls Lodash. What is this? This is a new version. It is 4.6.1. Let's just install the latest one. So BL Tools Cosmetics. I don't know what it was at. I don't really need to check it. All I know is it's out of date. Cool. So now we need to rebuild this. There. And now we should be able to run this and have that work. Perfect. The problem is still the colors. But now when we delete one of these, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Tisk, tisk, tisk. How is this nothing? Oh, because this exists, it's just an empty string. Whoops. Yeah, so we need to know that it's a prop. I see what we did now. We checked to see if it resolved to a sprite. Right. So then what's failing here exactly? Get sprite sync. And that throws an error. We can just catch that error and then not render anything. Try catch. Well, I just won't even log anything here, I think. Let's try that out. Yeah. So now if something doesn't exist there, it's going to throw a bunch of errors. But we don't care. So the issue is still that we don't have colors correctly, showing up correctly. And I don't know what's causing that. Let's load this up in Firefox. That way we can take a look at what the shader is doing. Oh, I'm so sick of this. Firefox. I started up and it asks me, hey, something's wrong. Do you want to refresh or start in safe mode? So I click refresh and then it forgets, because I refreshed all the settings, that I don't want to use it as my default browser. So where's the shader thing? How do we get to that? Because I forgot how to do this. Yeah, I don't remember. Did I write this down anywhere? Nope. Not Kind Friend is a program that shows you playing without delay. And it's from a game called Tibia. Is there any servers world? Wait, why? I can't type in a Twitch chat right now. Whoa, everything's like super laggy. Yeah, I'm not. Does anyone know what Kaush is talking about? I think it's just stats from the game, maybe. I'm not sure though. E3D extended. I don't think I found the cause of the frame drops. Also, I really don't remember how to get the... Oh, shader editor. Oh, you have to enable it. Okay, oh god, I'm gonna write this down. Editing shaders. So in Firefox, click the settings gear in the Firefox inspector. Click the settings gear and choose, what was it? Default Developer Tools Shader Editor. Then what? Then we have the shader editor selection. We have to reload. After that, you can just click the shader editor tab and reload the page. All right. So then the program that I have is where? Here? No. Something's wrong. Where is my shader? Oh, whoops, that was the... Oh, never mind. I see what's going on. How do I change the size of this? I can't. Okay, well, we can undock this. If I figure out what button does that. Dock to side of browser. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it that way. How do I dock it to the other side, though? Oh, come on. I want to dock it to the left side. How is this? Alright, whatever. There. That's good enough. So here it is. Yeah. Oh, and you can change the... There we go. Great, cool. "3D Extended," I will be doing shaders at some point. I'm not sure about today, but today or tomorrow probably. Yeah, Kaush, I don't totally understand what you're talking about. Alright, so yeah. Something in here is going wrong. Can you set breakpoints? No. That was worth a shot. But you can just change these on the fly. So what we could do is try to put this over here and zoom out to the point where you guys can see it. That's not really going to work, is it? Well, we could just move the entire browser window up. Yeah, that's good. So let's test some things out. If we say base color equals R equals vector 3 1 1 1, this will be white. That does not work. How are you supposed to do this again? Oh, it's a vec4. So yeah, this turns everything into a white box. Is my CPU usage spiking? I don't know. Well, memory usage is crazy. Well, Firefox is using 1.5 gigabytes of memory. Okay. that just that throws everything. Okay, I don't know what's causing that. That's gotta be a memory leak somewhere. Alright, let's keep an eye on it this time. So memory, there's a way to... Yeah, whatever, we can just... Yeah, we can just do this. So let's keep this at the side. Alright, so memory usage is probably going to go crazy here. I think I know what's happening actually. I think every time it calls compose bot, it's probably making a brand new bot. Yeah, this is a 4.6. It's just slowly rising, isn't it? And that's probably Firefox that's making it rise. 401, 414, 425. Yeah, it's going up nonstop. So let's see if they've got anything for, excuse me, comparing heap allocations. Take snapshot. It's gonna be crazy. Wow. All right, then we wait for a little bit, we take another snapshot, and then we can hopefully compare them. We better be able to. And then I gotta close Firefox. Or stop the application or something, because otherwise it's just going to keep using all my memory. It's going up at an alarming rate. Alright, so how do we just stop this without... there. Cool, okay. So, how much RAM do I actually have left? Alright, not bad. So can we compare these two? compare snapshots. Check and check. This doesn't give us any information other than just an object is taking up memory. Record call stacks. I need to do that. Oh man. Record call stacks before taking it. Oh, thanks, Firefox. How is this helpful without call stacks? Like, yeah, I can see that there's 17 megabytes worth of objects here, right? Okay, well, we got to redo this whole process then. So let's go back to just about blank. That should free up a bunch of memory. Okay, let's just restart Firefox. Hey, Philip. Okay, so before we start this, let's go to that memory thing and click record call stacks. Now we go to localhost 4000 and we take a snapshot as soon as the page loads. Okay, take snapshot. Cool. We wait about 10 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 1. We take another snapshot. And then we pause this so it doesn't do anything new. Okay, let's take a look at comparing these now. I've never used this in Firefox before, but now you should get some call stacks for this stuff. So this, no, bound animate. Yeah, what's going on in here? Compose bot sync, generate texture. Uh-oh. There should be a limit to how many of these get saved. Yeah, I guess this is never getting destroyed. Oh, that's possible. And that must mean that this is leaking in regular botland too, I think. Because I make this here. Oh, and then I guess this just goes out of scope. So I'd need to destroy this? This is going to be incredibly bad. Yeah, we need to only handle changes here. Hey, all leak. Okay, let's try that. I wonder if this is a problem in Chrome too. It should eventually just run out of memory, right? Whether it's Firefox or it's Chrome. So is there a way to see how much just this one is using? Yeah, 74, 77, 78. This is allowed to go up a bit. Garbage collection will run eventually. So what, if I click random a bunch of times? But it shouldn't just keep going up. So it looks like this is still going up. Which means that yes, there is a problem. Man. So we have two issues, a memory leak and colors not working. Great. Okay, well, let's try to figure out the... Oh, right, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to figure out the color aspect by using the shader editor in Firefox, but then I found the memory leak. Fix color problem by using Firefox shader inspector. So we need to fix the memory leak first and then fix that. No, this is a memory leak on the graphics card. As far as I can understand. Well, I'm creating a bunch of textures, but I'm not destroying them. And yeah, this isn't gonna work. compose bot sync to do. I think this could produce a memory leak, since if part of the composed bot got created. Why doesn't this create a problem for me in the client? Figure out if I have a memory leak in the client. I don't think I do. I think it's because I'm destroying things correctly there. Let's take a look. Sprite component is where this stuff typically happens. Yeah, this is where I call destroy. And then there's container component. Yeah, I call destroy on all those things. Me drawing art doesn't work well together, but what I'm interacting with now is mostly code, despite that it's art related stuff. But still, yeah, I'm doing something wrong. Compose bot.all container. Oh, wait a second. What is compose bot? Compose bot doesn't even have a destroy function. Oh my god. All right, yeah, this is not doing anything, but I have a catch error here that, okay, yeah, well then we're going to console.error this thing out, huh? Error.message. So what we'll see is, there is no destroy function on this object. Yep. What we meant to do is this, and what this will probably do is slow everything down and fix the memory leak. So let's take a look. Well, it's not like painfully slow or anything, but is the memory leak fixed? What's our memory? 105, 106. This might be caused by something else. 100, okay, so garbage collected. Yeah, maybe it's not spiraling out of control this time. It's kind of tough to tell just from this. Because like I said, the garbage collector runs when it pleases. But it looks like it's just going up no matter what. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so there's still something else to fix. I guess we can use Firefox to figure out what's broken still, but at least we fixed part of it. That's really good. Is there a command/link for those images? No. Art.bot.land is private. And the only real reason it's private is because I didn't want you guys seeing the images before I share them with the stream. Garbage collectors are like Booz and Mario. Alright, record, take, snapshot. So this is probably going crazy on memory, right? Yes, it is. So we'll give it some time, take another snapshot. Cool. Oh, you meant the sub icons. Oh, there's no command for it, I think, but I can try to find the link. Hideo made them. So we'll compare snapshots and look at the call stack. Do I have them? No, I don't know. I've got them in a folder somewhere. I'll try to find it really fast. Where is it? Sub icon. Here it is. New text document.txt. Pretty sure this should have been called readme, not new text document. Readme. Okay, and call stack. So now this is coming from ComposeBot Sync still. How? Oh, because destroy doesn't destroy all the children by default, does it? If that's the case, then this is super easy to fix, but I don't remember what happens. So let's take a look. There's a destroy function here somewhere here. And where's the code for this? Options, children, default to false. Perfect. Except for not really, because this probably does mean that there's a problem in the main client. Composed bots have many sprites that form them. I need to be deleting the entire container. I doubt that's ever being done. And I doubt it's mattered yet, but I think it will eventually. Oh, how did I run in this problem? So here's a composed bot. This gets saved in a container. And we make a sprite component out of it. We just grab the container. And then the sprite component, when it gets destroyed, does not destroy the children. Yeah, I think this is a memory leak in the real application too. Wow, I never would have found this if it wasn't for a poorly written tool that I made. Yeah, I'm only deleting the container. It's possible that colorized sprites are cached and then destroyed when they're deleted from the cache. But that actually can't be the case because I'm just creating these millions of times, huh? Yeah, let's take a look at how this works. So composeBot calls into this, which calls into get colorized sprite at some point here. How does this work? This should try to read from the cache. It does. Oh, but it clones from the cache. Oh, whoops. The cloned children are not deleted. If I learned anything from Venture Bros, it's to kill the clones. Yeah, this is bad. Yeah, Andres. This is JavaScript. Andres? You should tell me how to pronounce your name. So to fix this problem, let's close out of this for now. To fix this problem, we need to pass this argument an option that says has children set to true, and that should fix the memory leak here. Can't believe I never. Because otherwise, get sprite sync. What other compose bot? That's it. Yeah. Why decode the game in JavaScript? I mentioned this earlier. I wanted there to be the least friction for people who wanted to play the game. So for example, the game is online right now. If you want to go play it, you can go to play.bot.land. You can click connect if you have an account or register if you don't. And that's it. You're in the game. You can go make a defense. You can go do whatever you want. You didn't need to download an app. You didn't need to like have a device or anything. So I wanted it to be as fast as possible for you to start. I thought that was really important. Okay, so let's try this now. Do we have a memory leak or did I fix it? So let's take a look at memory usage. Here it is. No, wait, maybe it's this one. I don't know which one it is. Okay, so memory is going up like crazy still. 272, 285. What is causing this? Oh man. And it's going up very quickly too. Let's compare these. It must be coming from the same place. Oh, these aren't call stacks. Yeah, it's the only thing I'm animating. Here it is. Yeah, I know this, but why is it not deleting it? Destroy children true. Okay, let's look through their code. Maybe they wrote this wrong. I doubt it though. Options. Destroy children. Options.children. If destroy children, go through all children with the same options. Okay. Would it be possible to code this with only CSS and HTML? No, it wouldn't be. Is the bot animated in 60 frames per second? Yeah, it tries to at least. Only used for child sprites if options.children is set to true. Should it destroy the texture of the child sprite? Maybe that's the problem. I gotta set texture and base texture to true. Do I compose every frame? So those details are part of Pixie. I'm not actually sure what they're doing. Hey Hideo. It's I don't know. It's filled with problems right now. We can just try passing all these things. We can say texture true here. So now we refresh this page. No, we can't do that. We just gotta kill it. I wonder if OBS is using more memory than it used to, or what. I think I'm fine as far as memory goes with all my other programs. Just not with this particular memory leak. So let's try it again. Just keep trying it until we finally find the option that fixes this. So let's see. This. We are at 194. Yeah, it's still shooting up. Huh. Well, we could do what Kazun is saying and just pass true for all of these. Yeah, I know where the one is on the live version. I just need to figure out how I'm supposed to fix this. So let's take a look, because it's still happening. 211, 222. Yeah, it just keeps going up. Nope, now it stopped. Now it's going up again. 250. No, it's garbage collecting it now. So as long as it doesn't get too much higher than like 350, let's say, it's probably all fine. Nope, it's not fine. Maybe there's another leak somewhere. I don't think so, because when I look at the call stack, it all seems to be coming from this particular thing. In fact, you know what I could do? I could just comment this out, and we could load this up. And if there's no memory leak, then we know it's coming from this code. But I'm nearly positive it's coming from that code. But this'll guarantee it for us. Now the bot's not rendering anymore. And where's Firefox? Here it is. Like this could be fine. Yeah, it looks like everything's fine now, because the memory is going up and then it's getting garbage collected and it's coming back down. So it goes to like 102, 103. It's fine. It should garbage collect back down. It's not doing that. Yeah, maybe there's a different memory leak. Oh, well, this is definitely not at like 800, so we know that there's a bigger memory leak. So there are actually two. I guess I should start taking some snapshots. Yeah, that's too bad. All right, let's give it some time. Why do you have two Firefox.exe? I don't know. I don't know if one is the dev tools or what. Oh, you know what this is? This is probably not a leak. This is probably caching, and it just hit the maximum cache size. I'm not positive. But anyway, we can take another snapshot now and figure out what's going on. Where's the take snapshot button? There it is. Alright. I like this feature that they have. When you click a tab, it turns green to indicate which the last tab is. That's really helpful. JS script. Eval. What? Can I go to this somehow? Like, these could just be source maps. I don't know if this is even a leak. JIT code. Mouse event. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Like this has the most, but this is something coming from bundle. Line 3731. Let's go take a look at it. Can I? No, it doesn't. Oh, not call stack? Oh. Thanks, Atrix. Huh. Oh, I'm making new graphics somewhere. Oh, I know what this is. This is the rectangle that I'm drawing. Yeah, I never delete the graphics call. Yeah, okay. That's silly. This is incredibly silly. Okay, so here's how we fix this. We change this to this.graphics equals new graphics, and we only do this in setup Pixie. I guess done setting up Pixie. Done Pixie. Did I get rid of this function? Apparently I did. Well, there's no reason why this can't just be here. This.graphics. So we should do this here. And then change all of these. Now, if we ever make a new Pixie anything, then we need to get rid of that stuff too. What is this? Drop handler. Oh no, what is this? This is if you... This should just be gone. This is stupid. Drag over. Like, why did I do this stuff? Prevent default. I think I was trying to get drag and drop to work on these pages. That was just a bad idea. Okay, that's it. So that should fix the graphics memory leak. We still have another one, but let's go try this out. We should now see everything looking totally fine. Everything should be just hunky-dory here. Let's take a look. First of all, we do have two Firefoxes for some reason, right? It's probably like the last tab that was loaded so that you can go back quickly. Yeah, because now a new Firefox tab starts. All right, well, let's look at the memory of this. It shouldn't be changing like crazy. So I got garbage collected down to 92-ish from 130. And now it's, yeah, at about 92-ish still. So this is probably an indication there's no more memory leak. We need to have it run for a decent amount of time though. Because, you know, plus or minus a megabyte is nothing. And it would get garbage collected eventually, hopefully. We could actually just start taking snapshots. That way we know, whoa. All right, I cut my finger yesterday, and I think I'm in the process of cutting it again. I just stuck my hand in my pocket, and jeans are very abrasive. All right, record, take snapshot. All right, we'll let this run for a little bit longer. Because at this point, it's not rendering really anything. We've got this rectangle and then a bunch of DOM elements, and that's it. So really nothing should be leaking. Let's take another snapshot now. And then compare the two. Yeah, the difference is like half a megabyte. So there's a bind function that I'm doing. And then draw rect in main. Render. Render calls into draw rect. Draw shape. Jorts. How do you even have memory leaks? There's nothing going on with the scene? There doesn't need to be anything visibly happening for there to be a memory leak. Originally I had a memory leak because I was creating objects and not destroying them, so they weren't getting cleaned up. So the way this works is you do something like this, right? You've got a class something, I don't know, let's just say a depot. and a constructor, and it says this dot objects equals an array, and you say something like add object, this dot objects dot push object. So here's how this can happen. My code was doing this. There's an update function that called every loop that basically just said this dot depot dot add object new object, which is something like this, right? And that's it. And it never got rid of the object, so we just had an array that just kept expanding. So it's not a memory leak in the sense that, like, I just lost a reference to it or something and it's not getting cleaned up. That's possible in C++ because you have to manage memory yourself, but in JavaScript, if you lose a reference to something and nothing is pointing to it anymore, it will get garbage collected eventually. What's happening is Pixie has a reference to it, and Pixie is not my code. So I need to be interfacing with Pixie in such a way that I don't have this happen. And yeah, this is probably not an issue. In fact, did I stop this code? Excuse me, I didn't. So we could take another snapshot now if we want and then compare these. Yeah, because this definitely went up. We can compare this snapshot with the newest one. Receive message. What? Child debugger transport. For a bunch of these, though, it just says no stack available. And that's apparently where all the leaking is happening. Am I low on memory? No, there's a memory leak in Botland, though. Yeah, it says no stack available for this stuff. But I think it's all JavaScript stuff. So I think this is the engine, and I don't think it's a big deal, probably. I mean, if this just expands infinitely, it'd be a big deal. But if Firefox is like, hey, operating system, how much memory do you have left? And the operating system says, oh, like 9 gigabytes. Then Firefox can do more to try to optimize the JavaScript that's running by jitting the code. And that's possibly what's happening. I don't know for sure. And if I left this in this eventually, so it's at 16 megabytes right now. Again, if Firefox is like, hey, I'd like to get a few more megabytes or a few hundred more megabytes, that's probably fine. But if it says that eventually this is a gigabyte of RAM, that's a problem. Oh, it's not on your end, Motor. The stream freezing is a result of just frames have been dropped a lot today. We are at 1,000. No, we're at 10,513, and that's 2.6%. All right, let's take another snapshot. Yeah, okay, so it stopped going up. So I think that's it. We hit the, well, this is going up still, but it's probably gonna get garbage collected. Yeah, so I don't think this is a problem. So then, now, we still have 2 bugs that I have to fix. One of which was the whole compose bot is not getting destroyed. Yeah. So I comment all this back in. Yeah, and then we go take a look. Okay, so this is going to have the memory start leaking like crazy, right? Because now we're going to be rendering the bot. Yep. And now we want to delete these snapshots. Yeah. So why are you cloning from the sprite cache? Because there may be different things done with these sprites. So I'm cloning sprites. Sprites have their own positions and everything, but they should share textures. Okay, so now we take another snapshot and then we compare the two. Good. What are the size differences? Yeah, 7 megabytes. Yeah. and it's coming from creating a new texture here. Which, like I said, I would have thought... Oh, it's from the colorization process. Right, but I should be destroying it afterward. Let's follow this whole thing through, just from a code inspection perspective, and see whether that makes sense, what's going on. So I'm calling composeBot sync. The definition of that is right here. And we call getColorizedSprite. So this is what's going to actually generate some memory here, or use memory, I should say. And then when we finally call into this, we add all of the sprites that we got. So we got 3 colorized sprites, and we add them all to a container, correct? Head container, yes. Leg container, torso container. And then we add these containers to the main container, sprite container. Right, so no matter what, these all exist in this container. And we are calling destroy on the container, so everything should be fine. Let's put a breakpoint in here and see if this is really destroying the children. Ooh, Stromboli. Haven't had that in a while. I only ever get that from restaurants. This is the wrong URL. So let's put a breakpoint on destroy and make sure this is working correctly. So options, base texture, children, and texture. Okay, good. So we have 3 children, and each of these should contain a sprite. So we go into destroy that. Okay, so this one has what? This dot children. Yeah, has a sprite. Okay, perfect. It should be deleting this. Yep, destroy. And now the options that we get is texture and base texture. Texture and base texture, yeah. So if destroy texture, yep, good, perfect. And then destroy this. Destroy base is true. Delete it from the texture cache and destroy it. What is going wrong then? Hey, Patsy boy. Yeah, according to this, it's destroying everything. That would mean that there's something else and I'm just not... Bypass anything with composeBot other than all containers? Seems that's the only property you use. No, the reason why I pass anything back is because eventually, let's say I want to have the head rotate or something independently of the torso, then I need to access just the head container and then rotate that. I could actually show you what this looks like. So if I, over here, if I say composedBot.headContainer dot, let's just do position dot x plus equal math.random times 50. So this will make the head like move a little bit randomly here. So if I ever wanted to do this, if you wanted like, I don't know, I don't know what this effect would be, head thrasher bot, then you could do that from the caller, not even from the main code. So that's helpful. That way we could have everything look weird here. Surprise animation. Bobblehead. Yeah. We would never do an animation effect like this, but we might have something where there's, you know, the foot goes up and down or something like that. Who knows? Yeah, I'm still not. Please don't delete that line of code. You know, with some of those, it would probably look pretty weird if we randomize the different head pieces here. It does look pretty goofy. This coffee mode, jittery bots. Yeah, if you wanted an extra jittery ladybug, we now have a way to do it. Just commented away. Hey, Hamper. Well, that answers your question at least. Oh, hey, with the drill bot, it actually looks pretty good. Pretty terrifying. All right, well, that's not what we're here to do. Delete that. Jitterbug. By the way, Pond, you end up playing Secret of Mana with your brother? So I'm not sure what's causing this leak then. Unless there's something else that I'm missing. Oh, wait a sec. Wait a second indeed. Get Sprite. Get Sprite uses the cache, right? Oh, but Get Sprite clones it, and then we don't ever use those images anymore. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now that we're yeah. So now that we're done colorizing the sprite, destroy the images used. So this is, oh wait, we apparently only use the texture, mask sprite. Oh, base sprite dot destroy, mask sprite dot destroy. This might be it. Yeah, this might be what fixes this. Let's load it up in Firefox because that seems more sensitive to these changes. Of course, we will still see memory rise, just not as dramatically, I hope. Oh yeah, we gotta take a snapshot. Man, this is why I have this page that you guys see. So that all the websites I want to go to, I don't have to worry about like, what's my most recently used one? So in the morning, for example, I launch my dashboard for Twitch. And I launch all the social media stuff like Twitter, Slack, Facebook. And they can all just be in one place. I know you can make bookmark groups, and that would also work for that. Okay, no, Firefox has gone out of control now. That's too bad. That's definitely too bad. And it's still the same places. So colorize sprite. I guess we could figure out exactly where this is happening, right? Not system render, I don't care about that. I care about this. It's generate texture. So it's this particular texture that's not getting cleaned up. Why do I do this? Yeah, why do I do that? I guess I need the texture for... Yeah, I see. But it already has a texture. I wonder if Sprite has a way of getting that. Do we? Texture. We do. The texture that the Sprite is using. Oh man, this might be totally pointless. I'm pretty sure this is totally pointless. I'm doing this so that I have the same UV chords. Yeah, no, that's dumb. Let's do it this way. Mask sprite.texture. There. So that just fixes everything. I didn't try clearing the texture cache manually, no. This is still, okay, yeah, I should have been looking at the source of that. Of course, I think I fixed a different bug here too, maybe. Let's try this out. So we're going to take a snapshot. Oops. I hit the trash can. Thankfully, I didn't have anything saved. No, I'm getting the texture. I need the texture for a reason. I just didn't need to generate a new one for any reason. So this will hopefully fix things. What are we looking at for memory now? Oh, you know, only going up 20 megabytes at a time. Yeah, I think that fixed everything. Well, this was important stuff to do. So let's take another snapshot. Is it any more than like 21 megabytes or something? No. Yeah, I think that's it. I think it's fixed. Nice. And best alloys, it's not like super private, but I'd rather not answer. So this is just going to keep snapping back down to like 220-ish when garbage collection kicks in. So we have finally, I think, fixed this. Yeah, because between here and here, like nothing changed. And I bet the things that did change are JavaScript things that I don't really have any control over. Yep, JS script, JS shape, blah, blah, blah. Cool. Yeah, nice. Whew. So, memory leaks fixed. Figure out if I have a memory leak in the client. I do. So next we're going to have to fix memory leak in client by destroying the... We don't need to destroy that base texture. That's the other thing. I should test that out too. It's not random. Yeah, it was just I liked all the numbers and I couldn't decide which one I wanted. The only thing left here is, do I really need all of this? Can I just say destroy the sprites? I probably do want them to destroy the texture as well. Does that default to true or false? Defaults to false. What does sprites destroy do by default? Sprite. Excuse me. Normally I can mute my mic in time, but not that time. Sprite destroy. So this doesn't destroy the texture used with it? It doesn't. But I've never been destroying the texture. Let's go take a quick look at that. Destroy texture. It's .texture.destroy. But it sets the texture to null, so I guess nothing else will point at it. Thanks, guys. Where is just texture? Here it is. There's destroy there. What does this do? Oh, it doesn't really need to do much. And it can get cleaned up. Okay. This dot off. This is probably helpful though. Yeah, I saw that sortie. I'm not trusting that the garbage collector runs at a particular time. I just trust that it does run, and that's something you can rely on at least. That it, you won't just, 2 years will pass and your garbage collector won't run. So I think I need to look more into, do I need to pass texture in? Do I need to destroy that? Figure out whether I should be passing texture true for all of my sprites. Also, what about base texture? I never clean those up. And the base texture one has different logic. It deletes it from the texture cache. Huh. Can you manually trigger the garbage collector? Yeah, there are ways in Node to do that. Yeah, I gotta figure that out still. So let's take a look at this. What if I just didn't clean that stuff up? And what if I just said destroy this and the children? What would happen? Because at this point now, Firefox has been running for a while. What's the new snapshot at? It was at 21 megabytes before. Yeah, it's at about 21 megabytes still. So I'm not too concerned about that. What I am concerned about is, what about these textures? Hey, Kahitar. Yeah, I gotta get going to lunch kind of soon. Because, like I said, my wife is working from home, and normally I'd just be on my own schedule, but I said I'd have lunch with her today, so I will probably spend another little bit of time doing this. So I guess I'll type this in the chat now. Alright, we're at 37 megabytes. And what are we looking at for memory over here? Yeah, this is spiraling out of control again. So then I do need to delete textures, and I wasn't doing that. Interesting. But the base texture doesn't need to get deleted unless they're different sprites. Yeah, I wanted to debug the shaders. I didn't actually get to that point yet because of that memory leak. I'd have to look into this more too. I definitely needed to clean up textures from the composed bots. Okay. Yeah, so when I get back from lunch, I'll be streaming for another 3.5 hours or so, and we're gonna have to fix this. What happened here? Oh man. This is definitely using the wrong mask, right? But yeah, I broke the colors of all of this stuff. I don't know how I did this. Alright, well, I broke this. Yeah. New feature again. I mean, it looks kind of cool. It's definitely broken. Oh, you can actually see what it's doing. Hey, look at that. It's using the entire sprite sheet. You see that? These shapes look very much like... Which sheet? This one, maybe? This one? I can't tell which one. Yeah, it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Because you can see that little half moon shape here. And then above it is this foot piece. Yeah, it's using the entire sprite sheet. Oh. Yeah. I don't know how I did that. I think I'm using an entire sprite sheet to colorize the images instead of just a single sprite. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think so. Okay, well, we're gonna tackle that when I get back. For now, that's it. I'm gonna go get lunch. It is currently 12:55. Let's also just note how many frames I've dropped. Today is like memory leak frame drop extravaganza. Alright, lunchtime. How am I even doing that? I have no idea, Hideo. No idea. Alright, so I'm gonna leave this at 45 minutes because I don't know how long I'm gonna be eating lunch with my wife for. So I will see you guys after. Thank you for watching so far. Hope you guys have a great little break. And see ya. How do I mute my mic? Hey, I'm back. Okay. So how many frames did I drop over lunch? Actually went down. Hey, Dale. Yeah, it was a good lunch. I was eating at the table while I was reading the Hearthstone announcement, and I started like moving my legs up and down, just jittering them because it's always freezing downstairs. And my wife said, "What are you doing?" I said, "This is my lunch ritual. I get freezing cold and I just jitter my legs." So she got me a blanket. It was very nice of her. Then she said, "Could I just sit in your room and be just off stream?" I said, "You could be on stream if you want." She said, "No, I don't want to be on stream." And I said, "Well, yeah, but I need to do work." So she said, "Fine, I'll just be downstairs." So there's no wife in the distance stream. It's wife in a different room stream. Okay. So fixed color problem. I don't know how this happened, and it's a problem on even the client, which means I can look through client code and figure out what went wrong. That could have caused it, maybe. Could have been any number of these things. Let's try that out. Oh, that did fix it. So we do need to clone this for some reason? Huh. I wonder why. No, wait, no we don't. What? This just fixed itself magically? And I don't know this. Well, they have different thermostats. What happened? Mask sprite.texture. So this was bad. Yeah, you can't do that apparently. Note, generate texture is needed over mask sprite.texture, or else. Wait a second, no, that's probably not true. Let's put a breakpoint here. And so mask texture and mask sprite.texture. How are these different? Like, they are different. Do they have all the same? No, the UVs are different. Oh. Oh, that makes sense. Get the right UVs. If we just use the texture, then we'll be using the entire sprite sheet. Okay, that definitely makes sense. So that's fixed. Now, what about this? Because there was a problem over here with colorizing the sprites. Yeah, it's still a problem. Yep, hey, Andorn. My wife wanted to get back to work, so I didn't really end up spending too much time with her. So this was happening, well, I fixed it outside of the cosmetics tool. Now I need to fix it inside the cosmetics tool. So let's take a look at how I call compose bot from here. What? Oh, I see. Okay. So call it like this. Pixie wrapper part's the same. Then we have some images, some names. Yeah, this stuff looks the same. And then what do? I get the container, I scale that, and we're just good to go. I get the container, I set the position. Yeah, I don't know if anything else is different. Yeah, the rest of this is like jQuery UI nonsense. Weird. Yeah, definitely weird. I'm really looking forward to getting past this stuff. This is a task I have to do out of necessity. But the other tasks, well, I guess technically everything's out of necessity. But the other tasks I want to do, I think they'll actually impact you guys, and I want to do those tasks. But I can't get to those yet. We need to work on this. So I still have to figure out why this is using the wrong color. I don't think it has to do with the shader. I think it has to do with how I'm calling into this stuff. So one thing I know for sure is that this is working on the client, and it's not working. Or wait, yeah, it's working on the client. It's not working on the tool that I'm writing. So what is different? Well, if it's the same problem, then it means I'm using an entire sprite sheet again? No, this is always colored the same way. The colors aren't just random, they're inverted. Oh, they're inverted, yeah. Right, so, well, kind of inverted. Which would mean we're using the wrong sprite entirely. That's possible, I guess. Where does that come from? I don't know. We have art and we have mask images. So either they're being specified wrong or what? Where does this attempt to load the sprite sheets from? Oh wait, maybe that's the problem? Images, sprite sheets, output. Okay, and when this tries downloading anything, where is it downloading it from? Get sprite sheet, get or download. Static assets placeholder. Is that the problem? Is it that this is never getting replaced? Because I know the cosmetic sculpt file has something about static assets. Yeah, and I'm never running this. So what? That's it? I just need to run this? I don't know how this works or where this puts things. Puts it in a destination, and then I should be running it out of the destination. It's the only thing I can think of, which would mean that this never existed here. Oh, is my computer freezing? It's probably because of a memory leak. Let's take a look. Yes, it is. Uh-oh. I didn't make it in time. Okay, there. I killed it. Yeah, I gotta be really careful about that. Because that just ground everything to a halt. Okay, so static Yeah, it never existed there, but it does exist here. Oh man, alright. Go pre-deploy. Pre-deploy runs this, yeah. I think the problem is not a shader problem. Rather, I'm just not processing static assets. Yeah, which would mean I need to run this out of some kind of development directory or something. It's going to get annoying. Or I could make a resolve path. No, that wouldn't work. It's just this. If I changed this, let's try something out. Does that fix anything? It's not going to load at all now, huh? Server responded with 404. So where is it pulling this from? How does any of this work? Static assets placeholder. How did I do this? Did I modify like www or app? I must have. Yeah, that must be it. Wow, yeah, that is how it works. Okay. I need to write this down. Don't you like to listen to music while working? Yes, I do. But I can't listen to music, interact with chat, and work all at once. It's only 2 of the 3. And I don't have a license to stream music. So the best I could do is listen to music myself in headphones or something. I don't think that would go over well. Like I said, I get distracted. Yeah, so I gotta write this down. The way that static assets are resolved is that I modified express to point static assets placeholder at the public directory. That way I don't have to rely on a build process to string replace. When pushing to production though, I do have to string replace all of that to the correct path. No, I don't think this is, so past Adam did not have any fault here. At least I don't think so. I didn't write some things down and I probably could have designed some things better, but in general I don't feel like I was really cutting corners. Sometimes I feel like that. Any idea why you're dropping frames? No, I don't know why. So I don't totally blame past me, not in this case at least. There are some puzzles here that I'm solving though. So in this case, it doesn't, this is not the problem. I still don't know how this could be happening. Whoops. It's always rendering with some colors. So if I make a random bot, let's just take a look at this one. That way we can close out of this tab. So let's see, what does this resemble? So we need to find the headpiece. Where is it? Wow, I can't zoom out. It zooms right back in. That seems silly. Okay, so there it is, right there. We have those two. So what's happening? It looks like we're just taking the inverse of that, right? Because you can see the colored part is the glass. and the neck. And yeah, that's the opposite of what we have here. Is it the same for the torso? Where is the torso? God, it's so hard to find these things. Okay, there it is. Yeah, it's the opposite of this. So yeah, we're just doing the opposites of everything. I wonder how, though. How did that happen? Strange. And this is only happening... Yeah, this is very strange. So we're colorizing the opposites of the mask images. This could mean that the shader is wrong. But then why would this only happen on the cosmetics tool and not on the client? Because they're using exactly the same shader, and they should be using exactly the same images. This is where I'd like to use Firefox to try to figure things out, but I think we're still running into some memory leak problem, which I don't know why. I don't even know which Chrome tab this is. We could take a look at it this way. Yeah. So it's rising. Okay, we'll let it go up some more. Then we'll try again. That's a Windows 10 thing? What was the Windows 10 thing? Sorry, I forgot the context already. Alright, so we'll take a new snapshot and then I'll test this out. Okay, cool. So now we can just pause this, and in the profiles we can compare these two. I actually liked Firefox's UI for this. I don't know how to compare these two now. There was a way to comparison. Yeah. Oh, the zoom thing. Oh, I see. Thank you. Yeah, I do like Firefox for this a lot better. It made more sense. What? Yeah, I don't know. This is super confusing. Like, it should be WebGL textures or something, but then this is... Yeah, this is tough. You really wanted it this side. Trust me on this one. Well, I guess we are going to lose all of today to this. Oh well. Hopefully, all I can say is that hopefully it only takes today and not more than today. Okay, so we take a snapshot now. We let the memory go up a lot. We take another snapshot. I guess it's that we had to delete the base texture for this thing too. And that part doesn't make sense to me, why we have to do that. When we did that, we weren't having memory leaks. So it must be that. That's just something else I'm missing here. RIP logo. Yeah, we'll get there eventually, at least. Hopefully tomorrow. Yeah, it's still in here. Oh yeah, I'm not deleting the texture now. Oh right. I forgot. Mask texture equals whatever. We gotta go delete this. There. That should fix that. Yeah, and the colors will be correct too, I hope. So we take a snapshot. We take a look at this. Or no, not the colors being correct. Sorry, that's a different problem. Nope, still just going crazy, huh? Still going crazy. Wow, there's just no winning with this thing. All right, where's this coming from? Make a new render texture. So every time I generate render textures, I gotta do this? Because that would definitely be a problem. No, there's a sprite cache.set here. It's when it's deleted from the cache that I want to clear it out and remove the base texture, I think. Maybe the generation of the sprites is too fast, the garbage collector can. No, it shouldn't be that. And no, I don't think it's a bug. I think this is a real thing. So the issue here is I do have a sprite cache, and when the sprite is destroyed, and I'm worried nothing's going to eventually destroy the base texture. You wanted the botland hardware list? I can give that to you. Yeah, this is coming from here. Nothing's cleaning up this texture. And what should have cleaned it up was this. I guess instead of a base texture exists. What happens in generate texture? That's what we need to figure out. This is coming from the WebGL renderer. Let's see what happens. Render texture.create. I need to see what this does. Return new render texture, new base render texture. So okay, base render texture, I guess. And this has a create function in it. No, it's just this. And it extends from base texture. Does anything actually store this somewhere? Well, this doesn't, nor would I really expect it to. Yeah, so I've got to figure out what the right paradigm is for cleaning these things up. Because I just make textures and I never apparently clean them. I thought it would be the sprite's responsibility to do that. New texture, then we make a sprite out of that. Then we delete the color sprite, we should be deleting that. That's the part I don't understand. Like if I were to just destroy this here, this would cause a problem. Because we won't even be able to render this thing, I think. I don't know what this is going to look like. Yeah, it can't render anything. So it can't happen here. This is now the sprite's responsibility to get rid of it. But this sprite, oh, the sprite gets cloned though. Oh, maybe, okay, let's try something else. Antimatter tape. So how frequently do these get destroyed? Oh, all the time. Wow. Yeah, that's a big issue. Okay, if I could just select some of these, that'd be great. There, all right. Wow, yeah, why is this happening? This means that the cache is filling up constantly. This can't be right. This definitely can't be right. When did this happen? Okay, let's print this out. Stringify cached sprite name. Wow. Yeah, geez, tons of problems. Okay, again, I'd love to just select all of these. Pause this. Is there a select all? No, there isn't. So we gotta do it this way. So here's everything. Get rid of this. Now, if we made these lines unique, I bet there are only gonna be 6 lines here. Yeah, there are. Oh, which means this can't be correct. This, what? I sold that in High Linux. Yeah, weird. Something's amiss. This LRU doesn't work the way I thought it did, apparently. Node LRU cache. You call set, it should overwrite the last one. Yeah, something's wrong. Does anything else set this anywhere? No, this is it. This is the one place. And it's in colorized sprite. Okay, can we get the size of the keys? Return an array of keys and values. Yeah, let's just return the array of keys. So every time we go to destroy this, let's have it just say this dot sprite cache dot keys, and let's just put a breakpoint there. No, but that doesn't make any sense, Endurin, because there are only 3 keys that exist in here. So the only way, like, I'm not sure what's happening yet, but yeah, oh, look at that. There are only 3 keys in here. Can you store multiple things per key? Is max sprites just set really low? Sprite cache. Ah, I can't get this. Fine. Wait, why can't I get this? Oh, it's underscore this. All right, what do we have? So max 500. So can we get the values? 3 sprites. Exactly 3 sprites are being kept in. Oh, wait a second. Oh, I understand. Never mind. I see how this works. Yeah. I understand. Here's what's happening. So I do this. I do cache or like LRU.set hello, or like, you know, greeting hello. And then I set the greeting to hi. And what happens is it destroys the hello that was in there. That's correct. So the problem is I am destroying things incorrectly. I need to be doing it this way. I need to say texture true. Otherwise, this won't work. And that is the cause of everything. Does that fix the leak? Where's memory usage on this tab? 80, 81, 82. Is it ever going to drop back down to 80? It doesn't really matter. We'll just look at it in Firefox, then we'll get the exact leak stack. This is crazy. There's snapshot number 1. Now where are we at with memory usage? Oh, we're right at the top of the list, as always. We'll let it go to about 600,000 and then we'll stop it. Okay. Still love to get to the bottom of this. So it's still coming from this render texture. So the render texture gets set into the sprite, which gets saved into the cache. Man, I'd love for this to not keep doing this. Okay, I could test rendering 2 bots of the same kind and then deleting the base texture. Because here's what I'm thinking. I think that maybe if I just pass in base texture here, then everything gets fixed. The problem is I'm not sure what that's going to do to the rest of the code. So now we go into Firefox and we test this out again. And again and again and again until we finally figure it out. I have narrowed down where it's coming from, and I generally know what I could do to fix it. I just don't want to use, I don't want to use something like, hey, the code's not working, so let's delete all the code. I'd rather find out exactly why it's not working. So again, this is going up like crazy, which would mean that I haven't fixed it and that it's still the exact same memory leak. Yep, that's probably what that means. Yes, it is. Hey, why not? Let's see how Clone Sprite works. So Clone Sprite is on Sprite. It's not called Clone Sprite, it's called Clone. Where is Clone? I don't see it. It probably inherits it from something else. Probably display object. Where's the clone function? Come on. Huh. Oh, that's weird. I don't think Sprite inherits from any of those things. Circle, no, no, no. Maybe graphics. Maybe texture. Do you need to generate the image 60 times per second and can't you use the existing image? Oh, I can, but that wouldn't fix this memory leak. That would just decrease the rate at which the memory leaks. And yeah, what you're talking about would be an improvement. But this is just for the sake of this tool. I don't think it matters too much. So let's take a look at Sprite. In fact, let's just do this. Sprite. Here, what does this inherit from? Container. Okay, and what does container inherit from? This is test code. Source. Display object. Clone doesn't exist here. That's right. I thought it was on display object. Unless that inherits from something else too. Clone. Nope. It inherits from something else too. Event emitter. Okay, so this was not helpful. Let's go back to Sprite for a second. And take a look. There's no clone function. Container. It's the wrong container. No clone function there either. It extends from display object. Then maybe display object mixes something else in. Man, this is confusing. The clone function comes from core somewhere. Graphics, maybe? No, it's not graphics. Texture. How do I call this? Clone sprite. Oh. Oh my god. Sprite doesn't have a clone. I just make a new sprite with the texture. Okay, so then let's go all the way back. There. To here. So when we make a new one, how does this work? We take in the texture and what do we do? We set it here. And that's it. So when we go to destroy this, the whole thing about destroying base textures would weird. So destroy texture does absolutely nothing on its own, according to this. What are your thoughts on TypeScript and why don't you use it? I think it's helpful. I haven't tried it. And why I don't want to use it is because I just never felt like setting it up. I'd probably benefit from it too. There are a lot of things I'd probably benefit from right now and I've never gotten around to half of them. Yeah, interesting. So specifying texture does nothing unless you also specify base texture. Because here we see there's an if statement that does nothing unless this is also set. So the question is, when does this become a problem? The texture. I guess we need to look at texture.js. Core / display / no, what is it? Fine, we'll just duplicate this page and find texture this way. Alright, yep, what happens? Base texture. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about this. Hey, Power Rangers. I'm a bit stuck in a relatively complex problem. So there's a memory leak that started probably a while ago. It's probably been in the game for a long time, but it's just not super impactful. But in this tool that I'm writing, it's crashing the app after like 30 seconds. And it's coming from something like this. I make a new sprite, and then I'm either not cleaning up the sprite or the texture. I think it's the texture. And I think that just means I need to specify base texture of true here too. I think that takes care of it. So something I need to write here is note that just specifying texture true does nothing on its own. You need to also delete the base texture. So we could test this now. This has probably fixed the leak and then, like I said, maybe caused another problem. I'm not sure. Also, it should never... Oh, why is this happening? Yeah, it should never be... This probably means that my cache is broken. I gotta go look at that. The only way it could overwrite something in the cache is if it didn't find something to begin with. Alright, well, let's take a snapshot. Yeah, memory is still going... No, actually it's not going up anymore. It's stabilized at least. just going to garbage collect at some point. No, it's not. I don't know. It is garbage collecting, just not back down to like 300 megabytes. This is going to be tough. Yeah, it's still the same spot. Oh no, it's a different spot. Now it's the mask texture. Oh, thanks for you. Thanks for the bits. You're working your way up the cheer bit badge ladder. Yeah, so it's a different texture this time. It's the mask texture. So when we say destroy here, we need to tell it what to destroy. Thanks again, Horforia. Wow. You got a lot of bits there. 300. Nice. Basically paid for my lunch today. Thank you. I had 2 sandwiches. That was 4 slices of bread, 2 slices of cheese, and some chicken salad. Yeah, probably $3 or $4. Yeah, so destroy base needs to be set to true. I think that's the only thing that can cause this part to work. Thanks, Horf. Rani says, hey, what do you think? Is it possible to learn programming in JS, PHP, Python just by myself? An opportunity to work in a company in the future, but I only have a little bit of Delphi. Yeah, I think it's possible. I think it all depends on how dedicated you are, and you would know that about yourself better than I would, definitely. But have you ever taken the time to really studiously learn something before without a teacher? So when the ads ignored whole playing league yesterday. Yeah, I think that's typically what happens when people watch those. But did you get all those bits from yesterday, Horforia? Because that'd be a lot in one day. Yeah, I ended up learning most of JavaScript on my own, but I already knew how to program in other languages. And I actually don't know if I'd advise learning anything entirely on your own. I think it's always good to look at other people's code. It's good to read a book every once in a while. There's a lot of knowledge you might not know that you're missing. So for example, if you don't know Haskell, you know that you don't know Haskell. But if in JavaScript you're like, I didn't even know closures were a thing, so I don't know that I have to study them or learn anything more about them, then you won't go seeking out that knowledge. Okay, I think this does fix it. Well, and this is one of the great things about computer science is there's nothing stopping really anyone watching this stream from just saying, oh, I want to learn something, and then go start coding today. So I think that's great. And if you ever do need any help with anything you're trying to learn, let me know. Yeah, so now Animate just has what's this? What is this? Is there a line that's highlighted right now? Oh, this one. Colorize spray, new pixie.spray. This isn't even necessarily leaked. This is the one that we're rendering. So no, this is fine. Yeah, count 1. Yeah, we're fine. Wow, so then this finally fixed all of the different leaks. Oh. He's just making it up as he goes. Okay, so now we can go into the shader editor finally. Let's try this. And then we can figure out how could this possibly be reversed. The only thing that I could think of is that the compression was so lossy that these colors just aren't even correct anymore. So it's this one. We need to look specifically at this. And this is where I left off, and then we had a memory leak, and then I lost like 2 hours. So let's try this out. So I said I checked to make sure green is greater than red here so that lossy compression still works with the mask images. It's base color.r. It's less than 0.5. Why though? Any of the color channels, since they should all be the same? Wait, what? What if I do this, or G is less than 0.5? Base color dot G is less than 0.5? That, wait, no. What am I doing? The greenness. A, but A won't, oh, it's the, oh, yeah, that's correct, This is the overlay formula. Okay, so then if mask color.g is greater than 0 and all right, let's comment some of these things out and figure out, okay, there's that color, at least where that's coming in. If R is greater than 0 and R is, you know what this probably is? This is probably that the threshold is just slightly greater than, no, that's not even it. All right, well, I was hoping that would be different. This is where the majority of this condition is just wrong. Let's look at the masks and see if those are screwed up. It's spot the mask image that we're looking for now. Oh boy, is this fun. Here it is. No, that's the stomach piece. That's the foot piece. Where's the head piece? All right, we're never gonna find it that way. Let's just look for it this way. Default HA mask. It is in Botland 2. I don't know how I missed it, but I did miss it. So it's in this image somewhere. Where is it? Oh, there it is. That's why it's hard to find. So there it is. One thing also that I have an opportunity to consult with a professional skilled programmer. All right, see you, Philip. Take care. And what is this? A Horforia LinkedIn. What is this? I can't tell if this is sweet or savory. Yeah, it looks like a cinnamon roll, but it also looks like fried chicken. And I don't think fried chicken and icing would go well together, so I must be seeing things wrong. Yeah, so in our image, you know what, we really should inspect this in GIMP and see exactly what's going on here. Or even paint.net, doesn't really matter what we take. Okay, so where's that? There. So let's just pick up a color here. Let's pick this one, for example. What are the exact components of that? 0, 0, 0. Great. That's exactly what I expect. This is 255. What about the edge pixels here? Yeah, 255. So they're always either fully red or fully green. How could this be screwing up then? It's an apple fritter. Okay. Well, people have had like, what, chicken and waffles or something like that before? I don't think I've ever had that. It sounds good. It sounds like it's a million calories. So can I just Control Z all of this? Yes, perfect. So how about this? Here's the best way that we can probably figure this out. If mask color.g is greater than 0, then base color.rgb equals vec3 1.0. Let's get just the green parts of this image. Thinks everything is green. Interesting. Let's check out the red parts of this image. It thinks everything is red. And how red does it think it all is? Pretty red, apparently. Something's very wrong here. Yeah, maybe butter. Huh. Let's color this whole thing pink. Where it's... Yeah, this is all wrong. This is all wrong. Oh my god, I think I know what I'm doing. Oh no. Oh no. Am I deleting the texture before I'm using it? According to this, no. I don't think so. And this creates a filter in such a way. I just don't understand. Mask sampler equals mask texture. I'll generate on that. I produce the colorized sprite, I set it, I clone it, and then I destroy everything. Thanks, Owen Murphy. Yeah, I know I'll eventually get to what's going wrong here, and it'll be some silly thing. What's bizarre about this is that it's working totally fine in the regular game. So if I just launch the game, these are colored correctly. They'll be different every time, but they're correctly colored at least. And that's using exactly the same shader code that I'm using, which would probably mean this isn't coming from shader code. I guess that's what this is leading me to. But then, what was I doing before? And what's going on with my memory usage right now? No, memory is going out of control still. Yeah, there's still a memory leak, and this is still a problem. There's no closing bracket on 410 or something? I don't think that's the case. You might have been looking at this, but there's no syntax error. It's a runtime error with coloring these things. What's the difference between the sprite sheet image and the texture? There isn't really a difference. So any sprite that uses any of these images that you see, these like subsections, will have this set as its texture, and this is a sprite sheet. So its texture will be set to a sprite sheet. Hey, Grimoire. Streaming does help with the rubber duck programming. It does, definitely. And in this case, I think this is just a very tough problem. I also don't think I fixed this memory leak. I think there's still a leak somewhere. I also, actually, that was the other thing I wanted to look into here, is I think this cache is just wrong. When we say .get, we're using cached sprite name here. But then what? No, yeah, that's what's wrong. It's not called sprite, it's called cached sprite. Cached data.sprite. Yeah. So we weren't ever loading from the cache. Not that that should have had an impact on anything other than the length of like time it took for the memory leak to happen. And yes, now we're deleting the images that we're trying to use, and that couldn't possibly work. So there are a bunch of issues. The memory leak was so apparent because I'd bypassed the cache accidentally. I was checking for cached, what's it called? Cached data.sprite instead of cached data.cached_sprite. This only shed light on a problem. It didn't produce a problem. And now there's a different issue, which is that now I don't want to destroy any of these things. At least probably not that one. Let's take a look. No, it just disappears after one cycle. Probably because of the whole delete every... Oh man. Yeah, this is rough. This is really rough. We can't call any of the destroy functions now. And even that's still going to make the colors be wrong. Oh, come on. Something's still getting destroyed here. In vendor Pixie. Well, this shouldn't even exist. Why is this around? Oh no. What's going on here? So set syntax highlighting to pug. Oh god. Oh, what's this? This could be incredibly bad. Let me delete this and see what happens. Does that just magically fix things? No. But still, I'm pretty sure that was as wrong as anything could possibly be. Does this even make changes to things? We say cosmetics combiner is the title. Does it change the cosmetics combiner too? Okay, yeah. So making modifications, this does work. We need to delete all of that vendor code. At least that particular one. Vendor, Pixie. Yeah, delete this. Aw, man. So many problems. And it's still getting destroyed immediately. And I don't know why. I've removed all of the destroys from the code now. This was commented out. This is all in Hammer. And there's jQuery. What was wrong about the Pixie import is that I'm now taking it from my node modules and not from just that immediate version that I had. Where else could this be happening? Oh, whoops. So here are all of these. We will be ignoring all of that. And that leaves us with next to nothing. Hey, Kravis Karen. Wow, yeah, I'm not sure what's going on anymore. This thing is flashing once and then never rendering again. So let's step through the code for a second. Is this getting hit every cycle? It is. And then we call render on it every cycle. And this should exist, right? Children should be set to 3 things. Each one should have 1 sprite in its children. Yes. I'm not destroying anything anymore. Oh wait, yes I am. Well, there is one place where it could technically be happening. And that is here. If we just got rid of that, what would happen? No, that doesn't do anything. Line 39 of Spreadsheet Dictionary. Yeah, yeah. The thing is, this isn't ever getting hit now, I'm pretty sure. Now that I'm using the cache correctly. Hello world. I don't think it'll get hit. Yeah, it doesn't. But creating the sprite definitely does. There are too many problems here. Well, what else did I change? Because I really butchered a lot of code at this point. That stuff's mostly the same. This is also mostly fine. Return clone sprite. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's the problem. Alright. Wow. I just never read that when I was writing the function. Okay, so that fixes that problem. We still have the color problem. 1/2 gig of RAM on Firefox? Yeah, that was That was a problem. That was a memory leak that I had. So if we just color this gray, there, it looks kind of right. Yeah. It's still inverting all of these. Well, memory shouldn't be rising at all anymore. It might still be, but I hope not. Yeah, it should be pulling from the cache every time now. So first, let's take a look at memory. Yeah, memory usage is ridiculous. Where's Firefox? This and this. Are either of these really going up that much? This one is slightly, it's very slowly going up. I think it's okay. Do you have the JS find command? Yeah, I can show you what that is. It's just a shortcut for grep. And if you want grep, you can get it from git tools. This. That, something like that. I think it's from here, git scm. Not positive. But if you have, if you need grep, let me know. I can tell you how to get that. All right, so at least memory will go up slower. Now we can take a look at this shader at our leisure. If I can figure out how to size that differently. There we go. So what's happening is it thinks the mask color contains red and green values higher than it should. Does it have a blue value ever? Base color.rgb equals 1.0, 0.0, 1.0. I can zoom in on this for you guys. Yeah, so it never thinks that there's a blue color set. And as far as alpha goes, oh, this is wrong. Never mind. What's going on? How am I screwing this up? Mask color.r is greater than 0, 0. This is... What is going on? Why is this red? Base color.r equals 1.0. Yeah, this isn't working. But I don't see any errors here. And this is still red for some reason. Did you change the texture setting? Oh wait, wild guesses. Did you change order of the pushed images? Maybe with some code order changes. Change the texture settings. For example, byte instead of float. I don't think so on either one of these. But I'm still trying to figure out what this thinks the mask is. And for some reason oh, it's not some reason. It's that this is never getting recreated. There we go. I see. So we can't change this on the fly then, can we? But we can do this. So yeah, the G value and the B value. Yeah, so this thinks that there's some blue component to this. It means that I must be passing the wrong mask. I mean, I guess that should be obvious since the mask is the thing determining its color. I just don't get it. Maybe, oh, wait a sec. No, this uses the synchronous version of all of these. Right. Yeah, which assumes that they were all loaded. Get sprite sync. Cached data dot mask name. Is that correct? Mask name. Yeah, plus equal mask. It's getting something. And I did test this function. Oh man, I'm so lost. Maybe, no. Oh man, yeah, I can't figure it out. There's something different between the client code in this, and I guess also between what I used to be doing in this and what I am doing in this right now. In both cases, at least a while ago, this worked. This code is the same for both of them. So if I just load up the game and try going in and playing it or something, we should see, yeah, all of my bots render correctly. And I should be able to change the cosmetic pieces too if I have any. Okay, this is some new bug because I'm pretty sure this used to work. What is this? Get colorize sprite dot then is not a function. Oh, this needs to be promise.resolve. This doesn't return a sprite. This returns a promise. A promise that resolves to a sprite. Did you update the version? Did you update the tool? I just updated the tool. I don't think I should have updated the version or anything. I could try a couple of other things maybe. Maybe if I change, if I rerun this. Okay, well this should fix the client. Let's try this again. So we go try to customize this bot. Yeah, that works now. So yeah, we can change the appearance of the bot totally fine. We can click update, it updates over here. Yeah, all that's working great. So we leave this, we go over to 4000 and we see a broken bot. So I'm definitely passing in the mask image incorrectly. There are a couple of parts of this that don't make sense to me. One of them is that, okay, so when I have this code here saying if the mask color's blue value is anything higher than 0, you know what, let's say if it's higher than 0.05, and then we'll change the leg piece. Yeah, okay, so this is at least 5% intensity for blue. That should never happen because the mask images all have either red or green or black. There is no blue in these. So it's... Wait. The only thing I could think of... Some weird stuff happening here. I was gonna say the only thing I could think of is that it's not transparent for some reason. Maybe only display the mask texture without any. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Why did I not think of that? Base color.rgba equals mask color.rgba. Okay, I screwed that up. Let's just refresh the page and try that again. Maybe the base image are swapped. It might just be using the base image twice. I don't know how that would happen. Yeah, let's try what 3D Extended said here. So we'll just say base color.rgba equals mask color.rgba, and then we click any of these. And yeah, it's using gray images. So it's never using, wow, never even using the right thing. Okay, time to figure out what this is the result of, excuse me. There is compose bot sync. And how does this work? Get colorized sprite. Get colorized sprite is what takes in the mask, right? Yeah, so maybe this is wrong. Cached data.mask name. I don't know how it could be wrong. But perhaps it is somehow, so let's refresh the page. Let's close out of this. That doesn't even print out? What? Hey, Unknown Evil. Welcome back. Yeah, how many specs does it have? How many gigaflops does it run at? Can anyone just fix my code for me? All right, well, this should be called that. You know what? No. We'll do it this way. We will just put a breakpoint over here on get bot sync. Put a breakpoint there. It gets hit. We don't actually care until we refresh. Hey, Ramy. Oh, yeah, no problem, Hagerman. I think you did say thanks, but either way, you're welcome. No need to thank me. All right. So how does this work? We get the mask name out of this. Default HA mask. So this gives us the base sprite. Now, are these somehow the same? Base sprite equals mask sprite? No, they're not. And their texture, is that somehow the same? It's possible for it to be the same. No, but it's not. I can only imagine giving the botline code base to somebody and then they just change all the hardware values. Sorry, forgot you use this until now. That's fine. What is going on here? Mask sprite. These have IDs or something? Texture ID -1. It's not really that helpful. Cached tint. I could just be passing something incorrectly somewhere. Where would that be? Create color application filter. So we make a new one here. We pass in the mask texture. I do not know. I don't know. Okay, let's take a look at a couple of different things. Is the Pixie version different somehow? Empty. So 4.3.2, and over here, this is probably going to be 4.3.2. I just installed it, and this is the one that was different. Yeah, 4.3.2. You changed something when you were solving the memory leak, where a note in your code says something about necessary because UV cords. Are you sure this changes out? I actually didn't end up making a change there. So if you take a look, all I did was modify the comment here, but the code is the same. And either way, like I said, this is working for the game. So it's not like I broke all of sprite colorization. I broke it for the tool that I'm writing. And I don't know how I did that. I mean, one of the other things we could do here, if I really wanted to verify this, I've got this file open. I've got this file that specifies where everything is. If we go look at default HA mask, this is at 1284.11.24. So 1284.11.24. Got to remember that. Where's the coordinates here? 1284.11.74. Yeah. It's like this this point or so. Which makes sense. Kind of. Actually saying is this point. Right here. That actually doesn't make sense. Never mind. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Can I use HTML code as my username? In Botland? And could Webpack have broken it? Maybe. What's a mask? So the way that I form sprites in Botland, I take a base image, which is gray, and then I take a mask image. So these two correspond with one another. Everywhere that you see red, I draw the primary color. Everywhere that you see green, I draw the secondary color. And that's it. And so that's what allows me to do something like what you see over here, where I can change the color of a bot by just changing one of these values. But this seems wrong to me, but it's very, very slightly wrong. It's not way off or anything. 1284, oh, 1124. Oh, I read it wrong. All right, never mind. It's totally correct. Okay, yeah, that puts us at this point, which is correct. And then width and height is 297 by 232. How much should I have selected right now? Yeah, yeah. So it's highlighting the right image. It's definitely using the right mask for that, at least. So then what's wrong? Do I ever even use compose bot anymore, anywhere in the code? I think I only use the synchronous form. Try to swap images in the shader. So swap mask to base. It seems like the images are exactly the same though. Like it seems like I'm passing in the base image as the mask, which I don't understand how that's happening. Oh man. I wonder what silly thing is causing this though. Okay, I call it in one place, and it's in get base 64 image shader. So yeah, I hardly ever use it. Weird. But I do use the synchronous form even in the client, so I don't know. Let's try something just for laughs here. Let's try passing in, instead of the mask name that we're using now, let's let the mask name be, what is this anyway? Mask name is this. So let's just change it. Mask name equals, we'll change this to the wasp mask, just for laughs. There's really no reason to do this other than to see, is it getting modified anywhere? So if I load up the game now, all of the bots should have their heads colored as though they're wasps. Now you can see this, it looks a little weird, but you can kind of see a wasp imprint on this thing's head. You see that almond shape? That is this picture. So it is using that correctly. So we know at least that I just modified code. Now I'm going to refresh this page, and probably nothing will happen. That is right, nothing happened. So I'm definitely passing this in wrong. I still don't know how. Do you mind that random thoughts of mine? This thing? Did I change the order of the pushed images? Well, like I said, the majority of this code is the same when it's working in this. So over here I changed it to use the wasp mask, which coincidentally it used the wasp head, so this looks perfect. But then over here it's also trying to use the wasp mask for both of those too. But it doesn't work for that tool. Why not? How would that even be possible? That would mean that this is just getting ignored completely. Mask name. But the only I don't get it. Yeah, it would mean that this is just returning the wrong sprite. Okay, let's try something else. No, wait, we can't change that. We'd have to change it here. Mask sprite. Let's try. Oh, could this be? Could this be a result of not like clearing the renderer first? Is there even a clear function here? Oh, I meant if I should guess. Oh, not yet 3D extended. I'm still gonna try to figure this out. Is there a clear function? There's clear before render, and that's set to true. So much that I don't understand. Okay, well, there is somewhere that I'm turning off this. Let's see, is the Pixie version what I expect it to be? Let's start with some of the basic assumptions that I'm making. 4.3.2, yes, it is. It's what I expect. We have stars and pink colors and hearts over here. Great. I'm not frustrated to the point of quitting, definitely. I'm frustrated. I didn't expect this to take this long to figure out. What's causing you to need to change whatever you're doing? I haven't been able to pay much attention. Hey, Jocelyn. The tool that I'd written a while ago was broken for a bunch of reasons. So here's what I had. I had the client code, and then alongside it, I had this cosmetics combiner tool. And originally, they kind of pointed to the same requirements and whatever else. Well, then I started modifying some requirements. So Webpack 1 went to Webpack 2. And then I had synchronous image loading, and that went to async image loading. And then some other things changed. My Dropbox OAuth changed to just some new stuff and whatever. There were a whole bunch of these things, and they weren't reflected here. So this tool was out of date, and I needed to modify it. And that's what I set out to do today. And I got almost all the changes done, and then this just randomly broke. And that's the part I'm stuck on. And I don't think I should probably pursue this from here. Let's take a look at it from this. There is a bunch of code that changed in here. Seek shelter. Did anything change here? This doesn't dictate the mask image though. And this line technically didn't change. Diff current. We were always calling render on, compose bot.all container. What was I doing before this though? Well, that was all commented out, and that didn't matter. That was only BBB was true. Hey Jonas, thanks for the host. How's your stream today? I'm working through an obnoxious problem. But for anyone from Jonas' stream who wants to see what's going on, you're welcome to go check out the game there. Which, by the way, people have been kind of playing today. 150 games. Not too much. The problem I'm trying to work on right now is bots are no longer getting colored correctly. So this is the state that I'm in, and here's what it should look like, where just these bots are rendering correctly. I don't know what happened. Hey, Lost Thing. And Brownie Lover. Huh. That's strange. Usually the raid messages come in a bit sooner than that. This took like a full minute. Also, I think as far as stream quality goes today, I've been dropping a lot of frames. But yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. What do I do? Yeah, I think this is one of those times where it's probably best to write down what I see happening and what could be going wrong. Oh. Okay, so when I use this line of code in my shader, what was it? Base color.rgba equals mask color.rgba. I only see the base image. Wait, how would that change anything? Yeah. That's pretty good, Power Rangers. Oh, nice, Jonas. Yeah, I've had those in the past. Today is not one of those days. All right, we're going to paste this here and put a semicolon there. And then when we load up the game, we'll see no colors. That did not work. Why did that not work? Shader and test shader. Oh, because I have copies of these where I shouldn't have copies. Okay, let's go load up the correct one then. Oh, so these aren't using this same shader technically. Okay. So all the colors have been drained except for the ones that were in the base image to begin with. And what we can see here is that the mask is exactly the same as the base. So if I take something like the wasp head, yeah, we have just the base image. And oh man. Hey, good idea, Co. Look at all that pink. G, B, and we don't want to combine the A values here. But I think this will just make everything brighter white. Yeah. Except for that. That was unexpected. There's a red section there. What does this mean? What does this mean? Plus equal. I don't know. But yeah, it definitely means the mask is wrong. It'd be nice if there was just a way to see a representation of what this was easier. I guess this is that way. Yeah, this is what lets us know beyond a shadow of a doubt what exactly is in this image, and it's all the base images. So the only ways this could happen, let's figure out all the different ways this could happen. What are the ways that the base sprite would show up instead of the mask sprite? So 1, the sprite sheet has the wrong coordinate. 2, the sprite sheet doesn't even contain the mask sprite. These are sprite sheet problems, or possibly like JSON file problems. Ever go code blind? I'm not sure what you mean. Do you mean as a result of staring at pink light all day? 3 would be when I load the mask image, I'm loading from the wrong, or I'm loading, I don't know. I'm specifying the base image as the mask image. So alright, these sorts of problems should be impossible since the client is rendering everything correctly. I guess another thing is the shader that I'm using is wrong. And you know what? That actually is a possibility. I never thought of that. Let me take a look. So what's the difference between this and this? So can we just say diff with clipboard? Oh my god. Alright, no, that's probably the issue. Alright, let's just copy paste this and then refresh the page. Oh man, alright, it's fixed. Oh god, it's painful. It's so painful. It's just so painful. No. This is like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube that doesn't have all of the colors you need. Like 2 of the faces are blue. Alright, well, here's what I need to do now. We need to just get rid of that hard-coded wasp mask thing. And now everything works, right? Yeah, look at that. Alright, that took a long time. A long time to fix. Don't have duplicate code and use the wrong parts, yeah. So what was wrong? What was wrong is that Pixie version 3 did not need mapped matrices for rendering textures, and Pixie v4 does need them. I only updated one shader, and I meant to update all of them. Yeah, and really what Craftus Karen says is right. There shouldn't be duplicate code here that I'm not just referring to from 2 different places. Wow. Wow. Okay, let me regroup for a second here. Let's close out of these things. Alright. So the problem was due to mapped matrices. I had been using Pixie v3. Then I was using the wrong shader afterward. I can't believe it. Alright, next we got to get rid of that issue. We got to figure out some way to point to the right shader. No, we don't really have to. How to use shaders in a JS game? I use Pixie.js for my rendering. If you take a look at this website, you can find out a little bit more about it. But in Pixie.js, if you go to their examples, they're called filters. I don't know if that, yeah, here it is. So if you take a look at something like this psychedelic thing, this is all done via filters. Has bots without any hardware, is that allowed? Yeah, that's allowed. It's not advised, but it's allowed. Okay, so that's done. Okay, so this is where I really need to write these things down. These whole oblique strategies that are specifically for coding. You saw what I did that finally made me realize what the problem was. I've been working on this for several hours, and then I finally said, okay, how could this have gone wrong? And I listed out 1, and I'm like, nope, can't be that. 2, nope, can't be that. 3, nope. And then 4, and that's when a hammer hit me on my head and knocked some sense back into me. And I could see the light. At this point, it's worth a commit to source. No, I don't think so yet. I know what problems happened. And the nice thing about streaming is that should I ever get back into this problem somehow, I can always look at the video and figure out what I did. But I know what happened this time. I'm aware of it. And this is the kind of thing where it's like, you just remember. At least for the next 2 hours, I'll remember this. So I'm not too concerned. But there are other problems. The memory leaks that I had, so all of these. And then import and export is probably broken. Let's see how this even works. So let's say I made it so that the default head was positioned like way off of the body. I don't know why I'm scrolling. Let's just type 0 here. There. Okay, then we hit export. Successfully copied data to clipboard. So we get all of this. So then we reload and we hit import, and I think this is going to totally break. Yes, it did. Okay, but that's kind of what I expected. So this doesn't exist. That's a little bit weird. Yeah, that is weird. All right, sprite sheets of undefined. Set up. Oh, we never passed. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know what's going on. Okay. Go to the duck. Because you see my last match, there's this jumping bot issue I posted in GitHub. Yeah, I think I know what's doing it. You probably updated a blueprint by adding thrusters. No, if it's in the replay, I'll take a look in just a sec. You know what? No, I'll take a look now. We've got the time to do this. That's called destructuring fatality. Okay, so let's take a look at this. We got to connect to the account server. Actually, the overseer's fine. SSH into this. Yes, CLS. Got to do this off screen. Cool. So SQL query. Got it. And got it. What name are you playing on 3D Extended? I'm guessing it's this one. So 115. Select ID from matches where attacker ID equals 115. Could you see my last match? Were you the attacker or the defender? Were you the attacker or the defender? Well, crap is Karen. I wasn't trying to rule out the simple stuff. I was just overlooking it. Yes, you need them all. Oh wait, no. You don't in that case. It's when you use the, yeah, you don't need them in that order. So don't worry about that fatality. By the way, you can always check this out if you want to by just loading up Node and saying something like function foo return x5 y6. So here's a really simple function, and if you try const, or just something like this even, y x equals foo. Oh, destructuring doesn't work in this case? I can't type. Yeah, so you can see that it still works even though the order is wrong. And this, I think this is invaluable, by the way. Whenever you have a really small question about Node, just open up Node and test it out. Okay, so 1604, we got to go on to play.bot.land and try watching 1604. So debug main.onWatch replay 1604. So this should be 3D Extended versus somebody, apparently versus Jonas. All right, so jumping bots. Oh, that's melee. Oh, you're talking about charge. Okay, so this is just not obvious that it's happening that way, but let me link you to this. Yeah, so charging will close a 1-tile gap between you and your target, but only if the target is 2 tiles away. So this is intentional. There's just no graphic for it yet, or no, like, not graphic even. Yeah, it's intentional though. Okay. So this client main, it's not client main, it's cosmetics main. And then we go to construct sprite sheets. Whoops, wrong main. There are 2 mains in here. We wanted this one. Construct sprite sheets. This creates this without the right Atlas JSON anymore. But this is bad, I think. I think this is bad. How does this work? Hey there, Chromium. So let's try this. We import this. Oh man, assertion error. What's the error? Already has a status property. Right. Sprite sheet dictionary status sprite sheet data. So delete sprite sheet data dot status. This gets added in the sprite sheet dict to make sure we don't something already, so we don't wipe out a status property, but we're recreating sprite sheets, so it's okay to null this out. Oh no, I think it's a case with everyone. Everyone has blind spots. I'm not immune to blind spots. In fact, I'm extra vulnerable to blind spots, given you guys changing my lights. This still exists somehow. How? Oh, that's how. Whoops. You know what, let's just comment that out for now. I'll fix that in a second. Okay, so now it's failing down here. Botland.png. Do we not have this? Could we not have this? Get or download sprite sheet. Oh, it's in the wrong loader. This is so frustrating. Yeah, it exists here. So we need to download all the sprite sheets again. You know what we could do then? We could probably just wipe out this entire thing. Yeah. Yeah. And then download all the sprite sheets again. But I don't think that's really gonna work though. We need to do all this synchronously, which isn't possible. Just make this everywhere there's an issue. I'm already trying to do that, as you can see. All right, we've downloaded all the sprite sheets. We've got the textures in the loader. Here, loader.onComplete. So we get rid of the loader though, and then at that point, yeah, sprite sheet has a texture. And then this is the only place that this will be saved. So our goal here was to get rid of all of the different sprite sheets and just reload where sprites are in them. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Goal here is just to, and even then, is it really, can't we just update sprite data on all of these? Probably. Yeah. So, new strategy. What if we just updated sprite data in every sprite sheet? Because at this point, by the time we call this, we've gotten a new Atlas JSON. Yeah, I think we can do that. So let's change this function around. We'll say set sprite data, all sprite data. Then we do this here. Banana, where do you see that? Good stuff tracking the issues down. Time for sleep. Evil managers calling for early morning meeting. All right, see ya. Thanks for stopping in. All right. So we should be able to call this right over here. Wow. On your new bug report. That is an incredibly good Photoshop for you. So impressive. Can we all raise our clappas for him? So we want to go through every sprite sheet. Find a corresponding sprite in the dictionary. Get sprite sheet data. No, get sprite sheet sync. Ooh, this is saved here too. So we need to set that there. Clappas? You guys have never seen Kappa clapping? What's the matter with you, Twitch chat? Alright, so we get a sprite. And then we pass in an ID. So sprite sheet data dot name, image name. Then we call set sprite data with sprite sheet data. And then maybe this works. We just need to put this up here, I think. All right, let's try that out. So we just copy paste in. All right, see a banana. We copy paste in this. Nope, that didn't work. Cannot read property JX of undefined. That's too bad. Yeah, like sprite data doesn't exist now. Huh. I appear to have broken this. Well, let's take a look at that then. When would you use for each instead of a simple for-var? I think the reason you'd want to use for each over a simple one, if you ever see this pattern, array.length, so if you ever see this pattern, I think this looks better as a for each loop, because you can just say array element. So there. We have one line of code missing from here, which is nice. And the amount of characters it takes to type this whole thing out is also easier. And it's clearer what you're doing, because there's less syntax getting in the way of what you're doing. And also, we never ended up using the I variable here. Here it would be optional. We could use it if we wanted to. We could just type I here and everything works the same way. But in general, we're saying, hey, let's iterate over this array and let's do something with element. And there we go. So I think it's cleaner. I think in this pattern, you can almost always just replace it without even thinking twice about it. And the other thing is, for each would let you break out early. So if you, well, so would a for loop. But in this case, you could have, if some condition is true, then just return false and you won't be using this anymore. Now, when is this slightly worse? Well, this is slightly worse when you want to return a single value at the end of all of this. But then again, that means that you just shouldn't be using the for each loop. You should be using find or something like that. Okay, let's try this. We are going to figure this out. Although this is a relatively minor problem at this point. We have bigger fish to fry. And yet I am frying this small fish. Okay, so sprites. I think that's the important thing we need here that we just don't have. So we get the sprite sheet. Hopefully that works. Yes, good. Then we call set sprite data. Sprite data I. No, this is wrong. This was never how this was supposed to work. New sprite sheet. And yeah, no problem. Right here. Sprite data is dot sprites. Yeah, that was the problem I did. So this just had to be dot sprites. Done and done. Let's try it. So if this head moves all the way to the right, nice, we did it. Okay, so here's what that represents. Let's say, again, that I'm an artist, and I have made artwork for Botland. So I'm going to go on to, you know what, we can kind of just test this. Let me go try this out. So we're gonna make a simple image. Oh, we can't do this. Not this way, at least. Oh, I'm not gonna explain this then, because it's not worth it. When is dinner for me? Probably like 3 hours from now. So this is working, and export is clearly working. So now, then we just need to fix Ansible, and then we need to test things out and get things working again, and then fix the memory leaks, which might be very difficult to do. So let's check this in. Yeah, there's a crazy amount of stuff that changed here. Close out all these things. All right. How is linting going? Unexpected console statement? Yeah. Oh, fish thing. I do too, EOJ. Let me do this before things start to go south. There. So we fixed quite a lot here. And we removed 27,000 lines of code from the code base. How frequently can I say that? All right. This is fine. Good. I should really comment this. This is really never intended to be called after construction time, except by developer-facing tools. E.g., in the cosmetics combiner, we can import new sprite coordinates that we need to set. So all sprite data is an array. All right, welcome back, Hideo. This I never changed, so I just shouldn't modify it there. That's fine. That fixes a bug. That was actually a really important bug too. This stuff, none of this is apparently useful. Oh wait, no, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Can we call destroy on all this stuff now? Does it work? Yes, it does. Yeah, nice. Let's try loading the game too. How do you align stuff such as a comment like that? That's done via doc blocker. So yeah, it is a Sublime package or plugin, I guess. So we colorize these and then delete all the rest of the things that they're using, and yet everything still worked there. So yeah, you can watch a really zoomed out version of Botland. Or really zoomed in version. Did I win? What's going on? No, I didn't win. Oh, that's good, Hideo. Okay, so fix a bug where the sprite cache is never being used due to the wrong variable, due to an always undefined variable being passed in. That's just one of the things that's fixed though. The other thing is finally fixed all of the cosmetics combiner. Who knows if this will upload correctly now. Unknown evil. Alright. Yeah, so this new strat, we can delete all the old strat. Sprite sheets changed. Yeah, we actually removed a lot of code from this file. A lot of it was just dead code, and now it's been banished to the graveyard. Yeah, the rest of this is fine. Give fully qualified sprite name. I don't even know if this is being used anymore. get fully qualified sprite name. It is. It is. Okay. Yeah, then that's fine. Yeah. So I fixed some memory leaks, not all of them. Yeah, good. Good. I don't even think we need the test shader. Maybe that's needed just because Pixie Wrapper tries loading it in. Yeah, but otherwise, no, it's not necessary. So much changed. So much. Oh, it makes sense that it took all of today. Really should fix that. And Atom CLI 2 is still being used. That's not a good idea. What's the difference between these two? Just the output folder, really. So I think I should just rename this as something like config when running from cosmetics combiner.json. That's a terrible name. Actually, I'll save it as Atom config. There. So now in the cosmetics combiner run, we can just put that name there. This is a pretty obnoxious path. Up one sprite sheet packer. Yeah. There. So let's try running this. It should work, I hope. Good. Yeah, it did. Alright, so the next step is just fixing Ansible. We don't need to print this out. Oh, yeah, crazy. Crazy. Okay, so fix cosmetics combiner. Cosmetics combiner was broken a million times over. I wasn't using Webpack 2. I didn't have up-to-date shader code from the client. Thanks to Pixie v4. I didn't have many up-to-date dependencies. I wasn't using the synchronous image functions that I just made, etc. This commit fixes all of that, hopefully. There are memory leaks in Spritesheet Dictionary, I think. I tried to address at least one of them. I think some are still working. Also, I fixed a bug. Ooh, great. So let's go see if I can get this working with Ansible. This really shouldn't be that hard. So let's just start working on it. What I need to do is I need to specify, instead of this needs to be turned into this. And then instead of libgdxter, we change this to whatever this path to. Right, sure. Fine. Where's the Ansible stuff here? This is not what it should have been named anyway. Should be libgdxter. And why is this taking so long now? Guess just because of how many files it's got to look through. Yeah, I can't find it right now. I think it's in here. Yeah, there it is. So the directory where the JSON, the path to a JSON file used to configure the sprite sheet packer. All right, and where is this located? That is a great question. Well, it's going to be checked in, and it's called prod.cli.json. So we at least know it's gonna end in that. Where does it exist up till there? Botland. Botland builds, I guess. Botland builds /tools /spreadsheet packer. Okay, yeah, let's try it. Who thinks it's gonna work? I don't. Combiner. Using global modules? Are you talking about me? Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, so we're pushing that, and now we can test it. Okay, so here's what we do. We manually modify prod host to point at art.bot.land for the cosmetics tool. So we do an ns lookup on art.bot.land. We get an IP address. We type this into here. And then we deploy the cosmetics tool. Where is the cosmetics tools section? Here it is. First, deploy by using deploy. Make sure you actually push the repo. Oh yeah, I never did that. Oh yeah, this is probably gonna break. Okay, great. So we just need to run these steps. Local gulp file not found. Root dir is never set, that's why. There. Still not found. What? Oh, current directory. Whoops, that's not right. It's this. Still has a problem. So cd root directory. Oh, cd/d. Tricky. Root asset path must be defined. Why? Yeah, I understand why. What's in charge of setting that? Oh, this is for Webpack. Darn it. We didn't even run this through Webpack though. Oh boy. Huh. So clean worked. This stuff worked. Process status asset, static assets. That's the part that didn't work, I guess. Oh wait, no, it's not even that. It's this part. It's because we're in production and we don't have the hash there. Right, we should be able to set that from the environment. I'm just not sure what it should be. I wonder what it was ever set to before. Guess we could find out. Paths.deploy dir. Dist deploy. Yeah, so then that's all we really need to do here. Set static assets. What's it called? Root asset path. Okay. So let's just try that step. Oh, I left that in. Oh, darn it. This is okay. It doesn't really matter, but I should have gotten rid of this console.log. Does it work? Yes, it does. Hey, nice. Cool. So that part's done. Now we can just call gulp pre-deploy, and hopefully this part works too. This isn't that bad at least. I'm setting some environment variables, I'm changing directories, and I'm calling a function. So, and yeah, that's it. It's not that bad. Power Rangers, I think he meant it looks very complicated for someone not knowing them. So there was just a couple of typos. Okay, so this apparently worked. I guess we can try it. Can we just commit here? Nope. Okay. There's one other thing I'm missing. Call deploy.cmd. And then gulp deploy. Here it is. Deploy cosmetics combiner. Does it work? It says finished. Alright, looks like it. Well, here it is, moment of truth. Publish cosmetics combiner. Did I push the Ansible folder? Did I? Nope, it's up to date. I did push it. Okay, so that wasn't the moment of truth, by the way. The moment of truth I'm about to do. Excuse me. Okay, so modify this, then run this command. Okay, we need to find out what this key is. Okay, well, this is it. This is the real moment of truth. Where's the machine I SSH'd into? Here it is. Cool. So if we go look at PM2 logs, actually, it shouldn't really matter whether we do that or not. Let's just look at this machine for now. This should eventually finish. It'll start up the program, and then we should be able to modify images on the fly and see them take effect. I'm very worried about this because this is the last step. Oh, I forgot to install. No, I did. I did install it. Okay, well, let me just sit around. Are you programming this without using an engine? Yeah, kind of. I'm using a rendering engine. It's like a combustion engine. Come on. I hope this works. So this is the system that was running this. So this is going to say can't be reached right now because it's in the process of starting up. If it starts up and everything kind of looks correct. Oh wait, it's gonna appear very broken by default because of the whole downloading into new images, downloading in new directories, I should say. Let me. What did I just do? Okay, that might have been the one command prompt I didn't want to close. Okay, well, let's just ignore that for now. Moving on, if we launch the logs here, yeah. Oh no! Oh no! 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 I know what's wrong. Oh darn it! Oh god. Also, we need to have this thing installed. Alright, yeah, this won't work. This won't work. It won't work because I changed my Dropbox creds and I need to go modify the Ansible Vault to have the updated creds, and that's super tedious to do on stream. One, I risk leaking every single password I have, and two, it's just frustrating to do even if I'm not on stream. So I guess we'll have to do this later. Path to sprite sheet config JSON needs to be defined. Alright, I'll have to look at this later. Hopefully I get some time after the stream. Well, we still have about, what, an hour left in the stream? That's enough time to work on the logo, right? We can do something fun today. So let's see, fix vault so that it has the Dropbox creds in it. Would it have been easier with an engine? Some parts definitely would have been. Yeah, some parts would have been. Okay, yeah, I'll do that off stream. So we'll just work on the logo the rest of today. That way at least something's different tomorrow. I can't believe I just broke everything. I can't believe it. Alright, so right now, here's what happens. You go into the game and you see a login screen with 2 bots. We are going to change this. Hey, Tokyo Cats. Alright. So let me load up these images and I can show you guys. So this is what we're going to be trying to achieve today for the next hour. Something that looks like this. And in order to do that, we have a few things. We have... Sorry, I got to download these things off screen, and then I can show you guys what I can do. Okay. All right, cool. Yeah. So we have, for the rest of today, work on incorporating the logo. We need to be careful about where we put this stuff because, well, I'll just start working and we'll talk about that later. Logo. So here it is. Here's the logo image. We've got to go make sprite sheets out of this. Yeah, I definitely think this looks pretty good. Actually, there's one other thing he told me that I could go change now. This is pretty easy to change. He gave me the colors for these. So let's go change these colors. I don't know where this comes from. Where does it come from? don't know. I don't know where this is. Styles dot main login content. Is this it? Ah, background image. Here it is. So somewhere in here we're gonna find some colors. I don't know where. Fill. Okay, there's one. Okay, well, let's just go back to hero patterns, I guess, and regenerate it. So we're going to get the circuit board one. Piano Man. Where's circuit board? He added a lot of these, so I guess now I'll just search for it. Okay, so foreground color, he said what? Foreground color is AED1B9. Oh, what? You can't just type it in? Why wouldn't they let you type it in? Alright, we'll just change it. Actually, that wouldn't really matter, right? Because there's some JavaScript. Oh, this sucks. If only I could figure out exactly what it changed in here. What does it change? It's changing the fill. Yeah, it's changing the fill. And then what does the background color change? What is this modifying? What is this modifying? Oh, yeah, there are just two colors I can change. Okay, I just didn't see where they were originally. Alright, so color number 1 is at the end. We put this here, and we make it caps. Color number 2 is the beginning. We try to find it again, and we can't. I don't know how I found it on this site. It's just background color. Oh, it's not even part of that. It's right here. Okay, that's easy. Yeah, alright, sorry for making that take way longer than it should have. Yeah, they're royalty free. It's the CSS background property. I realize that now. Okay, so now we refresh this. And the circuit board becomes nearly invisible, right? I guess if we zoomed in. Yeah, I don't think he gave me the right colors because this is darker. Or I used them wrong. Right, what are these? They are pretty light. But this is you almost can't even see them, right? I feel like I should darken it. What color is this exactly? B1D 4BC. Let's take that one and see how that looks. Because I do think darkening this a little bit is good, right? So here's the old one, and this is probably going to be very subtle. I'm going to refresh. And here's the new one. Yeah, that is very subtle. In fact, I don't even know if that was a good idea. Yeah, I want them to be a bit darker. I think I'm just gonna change the colors myself. Right, so we want to change just this a little bit. Fill opacity. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, good job, guys. So I think that's pretty good. I still think it's subtle. Maybe too subtle. Oh, right. I changed this. All right. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, great. I like it. Good job, Jason. right, now we get the logo. So the logo, we could use this as part of the sprite sheet. We could have like a login sprite sheet, and it could just have a couple of already colorized bots for us. Now that's probably a bad idea though. No, let's just include this in, I'm not sure where exactly. Or we could just have a single image file that's downloaded. Yeah, I'm not totally sure how I want to do it yet, but let's take a look. So input. Right now we have bots, MISC, and tile sets, and MISC just contains all of this random stuff. We could just throw it in there for now. Yeah, let's do that for now. Wouldn't it be better to have that separate? Well, it would be, but we could throw it into one that's already going to be needed. No, actually, you're right. You're right. It should be separate. We'll make a new one. Hey, EJ. Yeah, we'll make one called login, and we'll cram the logo into there. We'll just call this logo.png. I don't know why he called it logo 720. Which reminds me of Parks and Rec. Oh, it's 720 pixels wide. Okay, fine, I'll keep that there. Logo 720. Am I using WebSockets? No, I'm not cynical. Botland is not a real-time game, so I don't need WebSockets yet. I will eventually need it for some update and stats sort of things, but not for the gameplay. And then Stripe, I guess we're going to need too. I don't know if there's a reason to have this as a GIF and not as a ping. It's 45 kilobytes as a GIF. So what is it as a ping? This is not a GIF file. Well, you fooled me. Is it really a ping file? Nope. Looks like it's a GIF file after all. Wait, it looks like it's a nothing. Why? How do we open this? Yes, I would very much like to download this file. Save image as Stripe 1. Well, Stripe 1 worked, Stripe didn't. Okay, so let's open this up. I don't know what I did wrong. That's 1 kilobyte. Is it PSD? I must have just downloaded the wrong thing. It's literally just a line. Hey, Orange Ray. So let's say this is a ping just to see what this does for... It actually doesn't matter what I save it as. It's gonna... Excuse me. It's going to be put into a spreadsheet anyway. Yeah, it's actually way smaller as a ping. So stripe.ping. We'll go save this in login. And now we'll generate sprite sheets. So we do this. There. And then we just make use of them. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's going to take a while to generate the sprite sheets. So what we could do is make sure now that in order to load the login page, because how does this work right now? Yeah, we just try using stuff. Hey, Godeek. Man, everyone's showing up now. Oh yeah, Cynical, I gave you a link to the game earlier. I don't, whoops. If I could type your name. Yeah, there you go. I don't know how to do this. I don't know half the things he does, but it calms me down. Well, Nudrix, if you ever want to ask a question about this, feel free to. Yeah, I screwed up. That's all. So this is done. Now we will take this from output. Got it. So now we have a brand new spreadsheet, which is there, Botland 13. And we put this here. Nice. Now when we go to use it, we're going to set something in Redux, I guess. We don't have to. We could just make it. No, we have to, because it'll be in Pixie. Are you tinifying or compressing your images? Yeah, I'm using PingQuant. Also, did my lights just flash, or was that me? Yeah, so the images aren't too bad. This new image is a total of 36 kilobytes. So to have to download this isn't going to be bad. It's pretty small. Okay, so what we want to do is wherever we set up the random bot login image, we also want to say this dot setup login. We should just rename construct sprite sheets to setup login images. Okay, so this says get base64 image data. We're also going to do the same thing for this. Welcome back, Orange J. Thanks for subbing. Thanks for resubbing. The more odd yoga poses I do. I think I just start to get restless. It feels like I really need to stretch. And Nudrix, that's definitely true, but you shouldn't focus on that at all. Because if you have that kind of mentality, you probably won't start almost anything worth doing in life, right? Like, there are a lot of things that are fun that take a lot of time to get good at. So always just take it a step at a time. And I think the two main things to focus on when you're learning programming is, are you actually making progress and are you having fun? Because if you're not having fun, you won't be motivated to learn. And if you're not learning, then you're not really getting anywhere. So make sure you got those two things. So we're going to say set up logo images, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I've started coughing a lot. So we don't need this, we don't need this, we don't need this. Oh man. We need a way to just get image data from... Wait, weapons. Weapons do this. How do weapons do it? They're items. Item data. Get from item. Weapons only kind of do it. This is like a generic. Get base64 image data from... What is this one? It's from sprite name? Yeah, but this has colors in it. Alright, you know what? I'm going to write this on the refactoring list. No, actually, it's just a poor name. It's not really a poor function. So this is going to do this. And then we need to delete the sprite. That's another thing I'm just never doing. Almost anywhere that I... and you know, I'm going to write this down because this is something we got to fix on Tuesday. Tuesday, fix memory leaks. It's got to happen. Also check dropped frames. I might as well keep another entry here for this. Been dropping frames all day. Yeah. Right, so for the memory leak thing, that's what I was going to write. Yeah, almost anywhere that I say render, that I render to a texture, clone a sprite via get sprite, etc. I need to destroy the sprite or texture. Don, there's still no gambling in chat. There's a common convention for a main website page to name it index. Yeah. Do you recommend Sublime to write all your code? Don't you have to pay? You don't have to pay to use Sublime. It's Nagware. So every 20 saves, it'll just warn you that, hey, you haven't saved. And no, not for all your code. I think whatever you're most comfortable in is what you should use. But if you haven't used anything and you just want a suggestion, then I'd say if you're doing C++ or C#, probably you should consider something like Visual Studio at first. And if you're doing something like Python or JavaScript, actually really you should probably consider an IDE if you're new to coding. I think the features could help you out a lot. But if you're using something like Notepad++ and you want to consider Sublime, yeah, give it a shot. Try it out for a week. See if you like it. Okay, so let's go back to this. So get sprite name, then with the sprite we extract base64 data. Cool. So set up logo images. So what we're gonna get is gonna be login/logo720.png. You don't need the .png though. And then we get something and we'll say set login bot image. We don't want to do that necessarily. So set logo images, logo image and stripe image. Return type set logo images, logo image, stripe image. Cool. Alright, so that's good. We need to go, oh, it's called lobby, not logo. Right, so logo and, whoops, and stripe. Okay, next we call into these, and the way that I do this, I need to make two promises for this stuff. So let logo image equal null, let stripe image equal null. Maybe we could do it this way. Well, I'll just make a new promise for now. Yeah. Logo image equals base64 image data. Great. So then we make one for the stripe. Except for we don't call it strip. And then return promise.all logo and stripe promise. And then we do this. Logo and stripe. Okay, so now what we want to do is just render these anywhere, doesn't matter where, because we'll figure out whether they loaded that way at least. So render random bot, we will say a bunch of these. Say image source equals this dot props dot lobby state dot, what's it called, logo image. Style 2 and style 3. So style 2 will say position absolute, left 0, top 0. And style 3, this will be almost impossible to see, we'll say left is 721. So it'll be just next to it. And there's an error there because this all needs to be in a div. Okay, now we define, I'll allow it. I don't think it matters that much. Hey, it worked. So take a look. We have our logo image and we have that stripe image up there. They're loading asynchronously. Pretty nice. So now we just need to position them on the page correctly. That's probably not so bad. Time for some weird yoga poses. As Power Rangers said. So this means that the login is actually going to be lower on the page. You don't even see the stripe? The stripe is pretty subtle. It's right there. Hey, Fries. Okay, so how's this going to work? We want it to look like this, so I guess we make a flex box out of these two things. That sounds reasonable. Oh, yeah. No, I just want to make sure I loaded them, Hideo, that's all. And I did. Can I expand this? Yes. There's the stripe. So it has been loaded. Thanks, Kukuruku. Alright, so get login view. Do we want the login? Do we want that to show for all these different pages? Yeah, probably. The stripe lines up on one side and not the other. Yeah, fine, EJ. I mean, you're right. You're definitely right. Yeah, I don't know. We could change that eventually. For now, I'm not going to worry about it. So render random bot, get debug logging controls, render another random bot. So this isn't going to be needed anymore. And then the account server error. Alright, we're going to need to test that out. Test when the account server is offline, but everything still looks okay. Time to start over. Alright, get login view. So the login view is going to be, we also need to test out unverified email. I guess all this stuff is going to be inside of a div. So we'll say something like div style. I'll just write the styles directly in line for right now. Display flex, flex direction, duration. What am I typing? Direction column. And yeah, that's probably good. So we want the login view there. Excuse me. So all the login views will have, I guess I could wrap them all in a div if I wanted to. Because these all have their own styles, and those styles don't have flex auto on them. I guess they don't technically need it, but maybe the best way to do it is this way. Flex grow 0. And then one more div with the image. This'll, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I'm just bad at UI. Let's try to figure this out. So we'll do it this way, logo image. We don't need a style on there. Okay, let's see what this looks like. I might have totally screwed this up. That's not too bad, to be honest. Not terrible. Yeah, the EULA thing goes all the way to the right side now. So I'm gonna have to fix that. How do we fix that? I guess technically all these divs go that far. But these just have a max width on them? Yeah, width of 400 pixels. So the EULA thing would also have a width of 400 pixels. 500 pixels. I could probably just change that. In fact, it's all going to be changed eventually anyway. So for now, yeah, let's just do that. Main EULA style. Okay, but yeah, not bad. So now we don't have a random bot image just floating around there. This is going to go away. Yeah, Felix. And yeah, I am playing for your time. I don't know what you mean by that last part. Okay, so then this should be centered underneath. I think the only real way to do that. Oh, actually, maybe we could just say align item center or justify content center. Or just look at our CSS that we have about how to center elements and not worry about this. So horizontally, text align center. Well, that almost works. Yeah, I'll probably need to make that a flexbox too. Do you have a partner in the venture at all? I used to, but not anymore. And why no bot? Oh, the bot will be there. I need to put it in the right spot eventually. Alright, we really should fix all the spacing issues and everything here. I'll get to that part. Let's try to get the stripe to line up. Yeah. I wonder how we'll do that. We need to line up something in the background with this image. So if this is all inside of a div, that might be not so hard to do. This div really needs to take up the entire page though, and it's not right now. Yeah, why not? Probably because this main login content is screwy. No, this is correct. What is giving this a width of 720? Where's that coming from? Width of 720. There's no way to actually see where that... Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just based on the contents of the... Oh, yeah, it is. It's, of course, yeah. The image is 720 pixels. Make the div position relative and inside use an absolute position from... Yeah, that's how I'll do it, yeah. Who has done the designs? Jason, who's been in chat every once in a while. Yeah, the image is 720. Yeah, I realized that. How to center in CSS? Yeah, I have your site written down, I think. Yeah. But I need to change a lot of these elements actually. Okay. So let me think about this. We need a div that goes the whole length of the page, which should be the default here if I don't make this a flexbox. So if I just put hello world in there, what? Okay, I clearly don't understand what's going on now. Display flex direction is row, I see. So we want the flex direction to be column. So main login content is already set up as a flexbox. All right, yeah, we got to change this. Flex direction column. Now we'll have the right thing set up for that. Yes, and this should span the entire page. It does not. I guess because we need what, flex auto on it? No, I don't know. All right, yeah. See you, Power Rangers. Tomorrow we're gonna fix the memory leak issue. Oh, we can just set width to 100%. Oh, well, that makes things a lot easier, huh? So I guess we would do the same thing here. So we don't need this. We don't need this div. I can copy this whole thing out of here. And what we can change it to is just the image. And then this isn't needed. So this is needed. I use PBK DF2. So this is where we would set a width of 100% on the image and then set up the stripe image underneath it. So this just needs width 100%. And then to center it, align, we justify content. Oh, fine. Fine. That won't work. Yeah, we could put text align center and kinda get it, but not really. Yeah. You can use the same div used by the background SVG. You can specify multiple images and same for their property like repeat position. Can you link that Slack pic? Yeah, sure. And yeah, Patsy Boy, there is a way you can see it. Where is it though? This. Oh, you have to log in. Have you considered bcrypt or the newer scrypt? I haven't, no. And part of the reason why is because I would need a JavaScript implementation of it. I guess I could call into the shell to do it. But yeah, I haven't considered it. Not yet. Wait, why do I need this though, Hideo? Multiple background images. Because I was thinking this would just be an image tag still, and then it could have a div that uses the background image of the stripe. Maybe that's not the best way of doing this. There is one. Yeah. Well, I'm not upset with the way passwords are being stored right now. I think it's probably fine. But yeah, it's probably something I should consider at least. Oh, that's why I didn't want to do it, I think. Is because I don't have bcrypt on... Wait, do I have bcrypt on Windows? No, I don't. Yeah, I think that's why I didn't want to do it. Because I need to use something on Windows that I couldn't use on... Or something on Linux that I couldn't use on Windows. So this is a div. npm install bcrypt is probably not what I'd want. That's probably just a wrapper around bcrypt. What I need is a bcrypt implementation in JavaScript. I think it'd be easier if both the background of the same div as moving the whole div would move both of them no matter what, and then automatically. Well, let me try it this way, Hideo, because this way makes sense to me, and I haven't actually gotten it to work yet, but I'll try it. So on this we want position relative, and then on this we want position absolute. Left actually should just be 0. Top should be something like 50. Then background, I gotta figure out how to do this. HTML background image. We specify a URL. Then we should be able to do repeat styles and everything, right? Background repeat. So background image is going to be this, but it's got to be base 64. Okay, at this point it is better to do this stripe style. What did I screw up here? The const isn't getting highlighted? Oh, this isn't a function. Alright, so stripe image and then background repeat is X. Repeat X. Okay, let's try that and see what this looks like. And it doesn't even show up. There it is. So it has no height. Oh, hey, there we go. That's the wrong width, though. Oh, because this doesn't have a width of 100%. Yeah, got it. So we want it to match the height of that. And we want it to be lowered as well. And now the height should be... And then the z-index should be a little bit lower. That does not work. I'm glad you like it. Hang on just... Okay. Alright, see you, Badr. Yeah, so I think what I need to do... Hey, Mario. I think what I need to do is put this image up here. And then give this a style of z-index 1. And then we've got to get all the same properties that I just put on that. So top 114, width 100%, height 18 pixels. What was the original height of this thing? 32 pixels. I wonder if he wanted me to keep it at 32 pixels. Why does my image not look like his image? Huh. I don't know about that. Z-index only works on positioned elements, position absolute, position relative, position fixed. Okay. So if I just add a position to this, would that work? Hey, cool. Still, this doesn't look like what it's supposed to look like, right? Like, I can make this take up the whole page if I need. With, oh, not that one. This one. Yeah, so I can make that take up the whole page. And then in here I could say text align center. But the stripe still doesn't look right. I don't know what to do for this. Like, is it because I'm scaling it? Background size, background repeat. Where's background clip? No. I know. Never played League of Legends before. Is it correct in the sheet? It's correct. I mean, it's really just a stripe. It's a 1 pixel wide image that looks like this. So I think what it was supposed to be is I'm supposed to use all 32 pixels of it, because then it would kind of match this. But if I set it to 32 pixels, it's going to be, where is it? This. Yeah, if I set that to 32 pixels, yeah, you can see what it looks like here. So I'm not totally sure how I'm supposed to do this. How's it supposed to look? It's supposed to look like this. Try background size 100%, ... pixels. So wait, I can get rid of the height here. Apparently I can't. And then what? How does background size work? Were you suggesting I do things this way? Like 100% and then a number of pixels afterward? Is this getting overridden because invalid property value? So this is valid, but I don't know what it does. Okay, well, let's look at background size. Your image is too big. Yeah, but why am I not seeing it at all now? Oh, no, it doesn't have any. Hey, that kind of works. What happened here? Yeah, that almost looks right. This just needs to be 18. Oh, wow. Good job, Hideo. So just a background size on this. Why do I need both of these properties? So, all right, this looks more like the mock-up at least. Yeah, and it always stays in line. Imagine typing in your username over here. Well, who knows? But this looks good. No, the width and height makes sense. I don't know why I have to specify width, height, and background size. Isn't it 16, not 18? It is, yeah. But this looks best as 18, right? Like, this is almost exactly lined up if I zoom in on this. Yeah, these are like exactly the same pixels. So I think it just looks better as 18 instead of 16. Okay, well, I guess this stuff is kind of done. And then we just need to position the bot image up here now. No, what I'm what I'm getting at is why. Never mind. Yeah, all right, fine. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't matter. This is just how things are, so I should just accept it. So now position the bot correctly. That should go. I'm in the wrong thing entirely. So render random bot. That's just gonna go here. We don't have any sort of flip stuff, so let's just get rid of this. Who cares? Shouldn't the left stripe be down some? Like on the right side it enters? Yeah, I'm just doing what was in the mock-up. We can eventually change this. This is not the most of my concerns right now. I want to get this looking like the mock-up, and we're almost there actually. I mean, this looks pretty good. And then yeah, we'll worry about the left side of the stripe some other time. Okay, so this goes here inside of this, and it'll be positioned on top. So yeah, we want the z-index to be 1 here as well. Oh, I see, Hideo. Yeah, that answers my question, definitely. Thank you. All right, so style is going to be bot style here. We have the login bot image, and now we just need to position it correctly. I'm not really sure what we wanted for the width. Like, he's got this here. He actually gave me 2 images. I can show you the other one too. Except for this other one looks a bit different. He doesn't have the stripe in this one. I think he was just very quickly mocking this up for me to show me that I could put any bot I want there. So in general, it looks like I just position it based on the head to be like here. It might look a little bit different for me. All right, well, let's change this to absolute, and let's just manually position it. So yeah, there's the bot. We just need to move this over. No, stay. Good. All right, so left. Actually, it's probably better to position it based on the right. 100 pixels. Oh, oh, never mind. I wanted it to be relative to the. What did I do here? No, it's fine. No, it's not fine. It would have to be in the same div as this. So you could drag and drop the bot. Definitely prefer the first one. What, this? Oh, you mean the old login page? Huh, interesting. I think this one's pretty good. And yeah, eventually we'll have proper CSS on everything. So the login page will look like this. Rip kissing bots. So we need to put this in the same div as over here. Oh, you meant the first bot. Oh. The stripe with the gray robot versus the pink and purple one. Oh, so like I said, I think this stripe is going to be there no matter what, definitely. So the logo is the same here. This stuff's the same. The thing that's not the same is this is just a randomly picked bot. If you guys are saying you always want it to be the same bot here, then that's doable, but I wanted to make random ones. That way you see a different bot in Botland all the time. We can even like slide in new ones if we wanted to as you're sitting on the login page. Okay. Yeah, it's still gonna be random. Yeah, if it wasn't random, I would use the default bot, definitely. But it's still gonna be random. So we want a div. Where's the image? Is this really necessary though? I guess so. Otherwise, we won't be able to get these together. So there's that, and then this is positioned with just some nice. So we just had to position it over here every time. So just 540 pixels. Done. All right, so let's take a look. We should be able to refresh and get a whole bunch of different bots now. Oh, that didn't work. Yeah, it's 540 pixels from the left side of the page, apparently. Not from the left side of... Oh, right, because I don't have... I still can't get this to work. So, position relative. And then this has position absolute. Maybe I just change this to position relative. Oh, God. I'm screwing this up even more. That's like way over there. Oh, that explains what's happening. Okay, so this now has to be negative for this to work, which is going to make this get laid out very weirdly. And then we need a top of negative. So I would say at this point it's probably better to just use absolute positioning. This is going to be totally wrong, right? Yeah, it is. Why am I doing so poorly at this? What's the right way to set this up? And I wonder if both of these have absolute on it. Or if I just make the bot image be a child of the logo image. That's probably a better way to do this. You should be wrapping the two in a parent div and then using the parent to align. That's what I tried doing though. I'm just not sure how to do this. I've got this parent div here and then the two images underneath. And I just don't know how to set this up. It's amazing how little CSS permeates my brain. So I thought what I need to do is make position relative on the parent, and then the two children would be absolute, and I could just position them where they need to be. But that definitely is not correct. So this should be position relative. Yeah, so that at least that's correct. But then I can't figure out how to get the bot to where it needs to be. Because then it's based on the parent. I want it to be based on that. So I guess it does need to just be a child of this. But then I don't know how to do that. I guess a div with a background style again. Does the container have a width? It could just be width of 100%. But is that what I need for this to work? No. Can't you width divided by 2 plus offset? No, I just want it always to be like 500 pixels to the right of this thing. So I think the best way to do that is just... No, I'm not totally sure. I know foregrow, then I can't make random bots if I do that. So yeah, I think the right way, let's copy paste this out of here. I think the right way is to do this. we make a div here with style. Okie doke. We make a div here with style of, I don't know, logo as div style. So this has a background image of the logo image. And then underneath this, we can put the bot image, and it'll be positioned correctly now, right? This probably won't have the right size. What's the issue? I would just put a div around the logo and use an absolute thingy for the bot. Yeah, that's what I tried doing. I just couldn't figure out how to do that. Yeah, now this has no width. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Why not wrap the logo in a div and position that instead of the logo, and then put the bot as an absolute element in there? Well, okay, so let me show you guys what I had before this. What I had was a div that contained both the logo and the stripe. Or sorry, logo and the bot. But I couldn't figure out how to get that to work. So now I was thinking, why don't I make a div with a background image? But I'm not trying to make that work either. Yeah. I don't know how to do this. I think if I set one of these has a background image. Where is it though? Can't even find it. Should be the parent of this. Huh. Logo as div style. That does not seem to be working. Background image, logo image. I mean, I guess this isn't necessary anymore. Now, there's got to be an easier way to do this. Like, this is one of the things CSS should be really good at. I'm just not sure how to set it up. So now this is in its own div. Man, I'm doing something wrong. Oh, this. That's what I'm doing wrong. There we go. Now I can probably just set the width on this. Width 720 pixels. Height 500 pixels. Hey, there we go. Background repeat, no repeat. So this just needs a height, but this seems like a bad idea. It's 315 pixels. I just want it to be the height of the image. Well, now as this gets moved, so if I were to increase the size of this, then it moves the bot with it at least. Background size. What other things do they have here? Position. I don't know if that's even what I want. Oh, that kind of works. Background. No, that doesn't work. Never mind, because now it's not moving the bot. All right, yeah, I'm lost. So I think we take this code out of here and put the old code back in, and then close out of this. So we'll have where I left off. This was still wrong. Let's change this to relative. No, but by making it relative, maybe I make display inline block. Yeah, no, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want this to push this onto a new line. So I think it needs absolute positioning in order to not have that, which would mean the parent would need relative positioning, which it has already. Well, that's not what I want. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, Chris. Let's see. I just meant something simple like that. The logo has position relative. Logo image says width and height. And then the absolute one has position absolute. But how do I not have this set up? There's the logo image, and then the bot image has this style of so this has position relative, and then the other styles you said were the logo image, which just had a width and height, so mine just has z index, and then the absolute one has position absolute, a top and a right. So right, top. Yeah, so the problem then is it's based on the div that's the size of the page. Yeah, so I guess the problem is I don't want this div to be the size of the page, but then I'm going to run into other problems probably. Yeah, Chris, that's the goal. I can't do it. I just can't figure it out. We want the width of this, I guess, to just be the size of its child. Make a div around the bot, I mean the logo. So there is a div around the logo. But it always goes the whole span of the page. Maybe we just make this display flex. Oh boy. Delete the width 100%. All right, see you, Chris. Oh, there we go. Oh my God, finally. Okay, so no width and display inline block. And then we're almost there. Yeah. All right, nice. So let's get rid of this stuff. And instead of saying right 0, we'll say left 540. That's not right. Probably like 450 maybe. And top of, I don't actually know what to make the top. -30. Oh, that looks bad now. It probably looks good with some bots and bad with other bots. I probably want to position it based on its width and height, so that its bottom left is always there. Wouldn't it be easier to start from the right? Yeah, probably. So here's the issue. There's a sprite offset issue where the leftmost thing is actually the left side of its head. So you can see it actually starts here, but there's no way for me to know that. So it thinks it starts here. I think it's going to make things just really hard to do. So maybe I keep it like this for now. where it's just covering up random parts of the logo. Or it's hovering sometimes, or it looks like this, where it's just look totally wrong. Again, it's always positioned based on the headpiece. I keep cutting out from frame drops. Yeah, it's been bad. Maybe the pool of bots should be specific. Or maybe we do some like calc here. Can we say calc negative 30 px minus width? Or minus 100%? I mean, at this point, we're just... What in the world? I don't know how that happened. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how we're going to do this. Yeah. Can you scale the bots at all? I can. So the big issue here is with the sprite offsets. I think we're going to have to kind of leave it like this for now. Get width and height of the whole bot, then scale it to fit the area properly. Yeah, but positioning it is still going to be tough because it's all based on the head position. So like I said, I'll probably leave it like this for now, and we'll have to change it later. So it'll just look pretty bad for a lot of these, and everyone will comment on it. And then we'll fix it later. Yeah. I think if you select ones that only work and call it a day. Yeah. Yeah. Could be better to do that. Had defenders been winning much? I don't know if I'm still connected. I'm not, but I can connect again. And you can just make a platform for them and scale and position them in reference to the base of the platform. Well, no, so I see, that's kind of what I was trying to do. It's just not easy to do. Just animated zooming across the screen. For now, it would look better if it was behind the logo. Yeah, I think you're right about that. That way it's just not getting in the way. That's not how you do that. We would have to put this here. I apparently can't figure out how to put this behind it. The index of 1. Oh, that's why I had a width. Is so that this thing would... Oh, man. Yeah, because I can't position it behind it this way. I would need to give this a width if I'm going to do that. Maybe I can do it this way. Div... I don't think this will work. Error. Okay, and then I give this as the index of 1. Nope. Oh well, doesn't matter. I'm giving up on that. Yeah, so as far as defender win ratios, let's go take a look. Your attackers. And here are defenders. So let's see, defense win ratio. Yeah, everyone's doing very poorly actually. There are only 6 players, of which 4 of them are unique, who have a better than 1 win ratio. So that means everyone else is losing more than they're winning. And as far as attackers go, almost everyone... Yeah, there are very few people who don't have a good win ratio. Well, I'm gonna work some more later off stream to try to get the cosmetics tool uploaded and maybe try to fix this up a little bit. But yeah, I think that's it for today. It's been a little over 8 hours. So yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I'm actually gonna host Shnaboobala, whose music I was trying to transcribe yesterday. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, so he's playing piano. I've always liked his music. I contacted him, I think like, I don't know, 10 years ago or something. And I was like, hey, do you have sheet music for something you made? And he didn't, so I tried transcribing it, and then it was too hard for me, so I gave up. And I tried again yesterday, and it took about an hour to get a minute of it. So then I got to a part where I got stuck. So yeah, I'll host him. We'll see what he's up to. He usually, I think, just improvises based on some video game music. So thanks for watching again, guys. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow.